lead us in the flag?
Sure.
Okay.
Draw your attention. Good. Yeah. Probably won't catch anybody else. That nosy. Just the people that already know you are going to look. Somebody else will blur over it. I saw you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me all right out there? Okay. I was told the last time I was really too loud, so I'll try to not talk so loud. I'd like to call the November 17th Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Mr. Supervisor Royce, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Oral communications. The public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda.
Hello, thank you. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator for the county. I wanted to update your board on the 10 VASH rental assistance vouchers for homeless veterans in Tuolumne County. These vouchers provide rental assistance and support services to homeless veterans and their families. It's a joint program of HUD, which is Housing and Urban Development, and the VA, Veterans Administration. As you might recall, on August 4th, your board sent a letter to the VA expressing concern that some of the vouchers designated by HUD for Tuolumne County veterans were being issued out of the county. Supervisors Rodefer and Hanvelt volunteered to assist staff in resolving the issue. Since that time, county staff and Supervisors Hanvelt and Rodefer have engaged in a strong advocacy effort that resulted in a favorable outcome for Tuolumne County veterans. The VA has confirmed that case management for the 10 VASH vouchers has been transferred to the Palo Alto VA office, and this was suggested by the county. All of the Tuolumne County veterans received medical services through the Palo Alto VA office. Originally, the VASH vouchers were assigned to the Sacramento office, which created confusion on the part of the local veterans because they had to register with both offices and receive partial services from each of the offices. The switch to the Palo Alto office provides better case management for our local veterans. The VA staff has also confirmed that they will only assist Tuolumne County veterans and will work with those veterans to house them in the county. So this is a big win for our county. The one client that was previously assisted, who was from Tuolumne County, but was moved to Stanislaus County, they've received a Stanislaus VASH voucher, and now that voucher has been freed up for another Tuolumne County veteran. 7 of the 10 vouchers have been awarded to veterans in Tuolumne County, and the VA anticipates qualifying the last 3 in the next 2 weeks. Their goal is to house all 10 before the holidays. And I also wanted to acknowledge the hard work on the part of local nonprofits. There are many local nonprofits who work with veterans. I attended a meeting last Tuesday with the Stanislaus County Housing Authority. They administer the VASH vouchers for HUD, the VA, and local service providers, and that was ATCA, Give Someone a Chance, Catholic Charities, and Victory Village. Each of these groups is working hard to coordinate referrals and services so that veterans can be housed as quickly as possible. I'd also like to thank you, supervisors, for your strong advocacy. The VA listened. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to comment on this. First of all, I want to thank Sheila for her diligent effort. She stuck with this problem. It took too long, but that wasn't her fault. It's called lethargy on the part of HUD and Veterans Administration, but I think we know about that. But she stayed with us. She engaged this problem. She utilized both Supervisor Rotifer and myself to put a little more pressure on him. But I also have to tell you that Congressman McClintock sent a letter of, how shall I say, appropriate urging for action on this thing in the right direction. And because of that, 10 homeless veterans will be housed before the holidays. This is a success. Shouldn't have taken so long, but only because Sheila stayed on it that we got there. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sheila.
Thank you, supervisors. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good morning, Barbara Balin. Yesterday I went down to the public hearings for the state general plan guidelines, and those are the guidelines, the regulations that the state is putting out to help all of us with our local plans. And I just wanted to share with the board at the public hearing, the Office of Planning and Research who is delivering these guidelines, which are out now. And their opening comments were if locals, agencies take a look at these, it will save money. The more consistent they are aligned with the general direction the state is going with their planning regulations, then the easier it is to attach funding, sustainability money. There's a lot of money that's out there, and when our guidelines are consistent with the state guidelines, it seems like things dovetail a little easier in the grant process. So I just wanted to share, when you go on your planning retreat and whatnot, if you look at the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the general plan guidelines, it seems like it would be prudent for us to at least get to know those prior to us passing our revisions. There's some things that are tied to statutory laws, I think that's it, that we may want to take a look at. So anyway, I just wanted to share. They're having public hearings around the state, and it was very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just want to add on to Barbara's comment that there were more people at that public hearing yesterday from Tuolumne County than any other entity.
Good job. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and mostly to the public. My name is Randy Hanvelt, citizen of Tuolumne County and supporter of the Columbia College Community Chorus. And this is the last chance I get to do this before the sounds of the seasons. December 4th and 5th at 7:30. Sunday, December 6th at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Sonora Opera Hall. Sounds of the season. You need to go to this. It will make your holidays. It will start them off correctly, and it will be a fun time under the direction of Dr. Darrell Hollinger, the newest conductor of the Columbia College Community Chorus, and be there. I promise you a good time. By the way, there's some of these in the back of the room if you don't have one.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? All right. Would the board please read the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held November 3rd, 2015. Accepting a notice of completion for contract number 1664 for Preston Lane Sidewalks and Surface Treatment Project, authorizing the chair to sign, and adopting a resolution of application to the Tuolumne County Local Agency Formation Commission for dissolution of the County Service Area number 35 Preston Lane. Approving the creation of a registered veterinary technician, animal shelter supervisor, class specification, and assignment of salary range and bargaining unit. Approving the invitation for a call for bids for contract number 1697, snow removal and de-icing services, and issuing the call for bid on November 30th at 2 p.m. Number 5 has been pulled off and will be heard at a later date. And number 6 is as the Tuolumne County Water Agency, approving the 2016 Water Agency Committee and Partnership Handbook. Next one is adoption of a resolution approving the agreement with the State Agency for Surplus Property and Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, authorizing the county administrator to sign. Adopting a resolution to rescind Resolution 114-15 to transfer property taxes from the county Fire Department to the County Fire District for the proposed annexation of appraisal number APN number 9-201 through 06 and the western portion of APN 9/208 through 16 to the Tuolumne Fire District. Accepting the annual report on the growth in government expense and revenue funds for the fiscal year 2014 through 15. Approving the appointment of Tiffany Flies to the child care providers as a child care provider representative to the Tuolumne County Local Child Care and Development Planning Council, and Willow Thorpe to the first 5 Tuolumne County Commission, and Richard Plant as the Tuolumne County Planning Commissioner member representative to the Ag Advisory Committee.
Any board member wish to pull any item? Any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none, I do have a question. Item number 6. Do we have to do that separately, or can we do it? Okay. All right. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 13.
Consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 15.28 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code and the county's landscape ordinance to comply with state law.
Mr. Laird.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mike Laird. I'm Deputy CRA Director. In 2006, the state adopted Assembly Bill 1881, which required all local jurisdictions to have a water-efficient landscape ordinance. To comply with AB 1881, Tuolumne County adopted Ordinance 3103 in 2010. Since that time, we've had a water-efficient landscape ordinance. Our ordinance is codified in Chapter 15.28 of the Ordinance Code. Chapter 1528 allows developers 2 options. They can comply with the state's model water-efficient landscape ordinance, and those requirements are found in sections 1528.050 through 1528.180. Rather lengthy standards. The other option is our local standards, and they are specified in section 1528.040. Just briefly on our local standards, they require that landscape plants must be included on the landscape guidelines maintained by the Community Resources Agency and have a low or moderate water need. They require that native or existing vegetation be retained to the extent feasible. They require that turf not be used except in functional recreation areas. All landscaping must be mulched with materials which reduce water loss from evaporation. Irrigation systems are limited to low-volume systems, and water features, if they're included, must utilize recirculating water systems. On April 1st of this year, Governor Brown directed the Department of Water Resources to update the state's Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance through expedited regulation. So on July 15th, the California Water Commission revised or adopted a revised Model Efficient Landscape Ordinance. The new rules give local agencies until December 1st of this year to adopt the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance per the state, or adopt a local ordinance which must be at least as effective in conserving water. If we do neither, the state's ordinance goes into effect in Tuolumne County. Since Chapter 1528 was amended in 2010, not one developer has utilized the state's Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance in the unincorporated territory of the county. Everybody has used our local standards, which are specified in Chapter 1528.040. So because all property owners have chosen to utilize our standards, we felt it was important to include it in the update. However, it was necessary to modify these provisions a little bit to comply with the intent of the state's Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance. So we've made 2 important amendments to the county's local standards. The first one, the minimum area to be required for land to be landscaped, which is found in section 1528.030, is proposed to be reduced to 10% for all project sites. This represents a reduction from 20% for parcels less than an acre, and a reduction from 15% for parcels between 1 and 5 acres. Project sites that are bigger than 5 acres, the existing standard is 10%, so there'd be no change. The second amendment that would serve to reduce irrigation water is proposed to Section 1528.040. Plants that can be used in landscaping under the county's revised standards would be required to have either a very low or low water use. That's a change. Right now, they're required to be either low or moderate. So I've attached to your agenda packet a list of the plants that are in our guidelines, and you can see that just using the very low or low standard, there's still quite a few options for ground covers, shrubs, trees, everything remaining in our rules. The proposed amendments to Chapter 1528 also incorporate the vast majority of the amendments to the state's Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance. Those are found in Chapters 1528.050 through 1528.180 and 1528.240, which is the definitions section. So, with that rather brief synopsis of what we've done, it is recommended that your board waive the first reading of the ordinance amending Chapter 1528 of the Ordinance Code and schedule adoption of the ordinance for your meeting on December 15th. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Mike, I just have one. You do have a very long list of plants there. But say, for instance, I come up with a plant that I really like and I can prove that it meets that criteria. Is there any problem of getting that plant?
No, there wouldn't be. We can add it to our guidelines. But the one problem is that the state is very serious about this, and the state has to agree that that plant meets the standard.
All right, thank you. No questions from the board? Any public comment?
I think this is great to get in sync with the state. One of the reasons that the DWR was taking a second look at the use of potable water for outdoor uses and asking all of us county by county to curtail, it was for the use of potable water for outdoor recreation, or outdoor, gardening would be recreation just for outdoor in general. So most of the counties don't have a dual water system. We have an opportunity to provide cheap, affordable raw water rather than potable water for outdoor irrigation. I think this ordinance is really great, and I really support it. I just wanted all of us to keep in mind that we're actually a notch above because we have a dual system here. We don't have to spend a lot of money on the gray water, but I love the fact that the language about gray water was inserted in this. The other half of the equation is DWR has a rebate program, $100 per low flush, which when you look at a 3-gallon a flush to a 1.8 gallon would be substantial savings times 10 a day per toilet, let's say, flushes. And where am I going? Because that's half of this. The economic message of a dried up county is not good. Economic message of trees that are healthy and provide shade and reduce our air conditioning is an amazing message to send for people that come up here. So while we work on our landscape, I think this list is awesome. We need to look at other ways that we can reduce our potable water consumption, like flushing toilets, and then be able then to feel okay in putting it in our municipal landscapes with these approved plans. My comment is on 415.28.040L, what is just to insert the word "and" for raw and gray water, so that we don't exclude the agricultural uses and the customers that are already using our outdoor water efficiently. So that's just my only comment. Rather than just acknowledge gray water, we need to acknowledge our raw water. The state's not penalizing us for using our raw water. Do you see that little place in L?
Did you find that, Mike?
1528.40L. It just says gray water. raw gray water.
I see it.
Can you put raw and gray water to include our ditch system?
I don't know if we can do that. And I'd have to look at the state's regulations a little further because that raw water is still part of the state system. I mean, if we don't use it, it goes down and can be used by other jurisdictions. That's part of what they're trying to do. So,
And I say, let's use it.
understood.
Let's sink it. That's all my comments. Thank you.
Any comment from the board?
I just have a question because I'm not familiar with the ordinance. When you said the minimum area was 10%, I thought the state had a requirement about 500 feet of landscaping, something like that. Does that 10% incorporate that, or does that make the state more stringent?
Okay.
The state's ordinance requires that if you landscape more than 500 square feet, you have to comply with their ordinance. So we're adopting an alternative ordinance which has a different standard in it.
Okay.
And
But-
we feel it is just as efficient at saving water as the state's ordinance is.
Okay, but it may exceed that 500 square feet.
Yes.
Okay. And then I thought in the state ordinance there was also something about a landscape architect being required?
Yes, there is. If, as I explained, our ordinance has two options. One is local option. One is basically follows the state's ordinance.
Right.
So if they follow the state ordinance, they definitely have to have a landscape architect involved.
Right.
If they follow our ordinance, they don't, but most people do anyway, just
Okay.
because they're good at
Because
designing.
I thought you have to meet the minimum of what the state requires or go beyond that, not just have a little local ordinance that may disagree with the state's ordinance. So that's my comment.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rotifer?
I'd be interested in the answer to Barbara's question when we come back in December. If we can incorporate that, I think it makes sense. And if we can't, I'd kind of like to know why it is we can't.
Okay. Any other questions?
And,
Ms. Shane?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add that when the Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance was first adopted by the county, the state required that if you adopted a local ordinance, it had to be sent to the state for their review and for them to determine that it was consistent. The state did do that to our local ordinance, so having that dual process or parallel processes has been approved by the state.
Okay. Supervisor Royce?
So most of what the ordinance has in it is good stuff, but I get irritated by the state dictating policy to the counties at a local level. And I think, like Barbara said, they were saying that they use things like the general plan and our ability to be consistent with their guidelines attached to our funding. And if we don't follow their guidelines, then we lose access to the state's pretty little grant programs. And I'm a little short with words here, and it's just very irritating over and over that I see that the state controls our local policies. So this comes to us, and we really have no option but to do what the state is telling us to do, or we end up with their default policy. My point, the reason I'm saying this, is because I want to influence staff in a little bit of a way here. Typically, policy like this to conserve water, there's good intentions and there's good things within this. But sometimes the regulations get a little bit crazy, and the list of plants and having someone go hire a landscape architect, I mean, that could be just cost prohibitive and burdensome on a lot of people. So my line of thought is that the state dictates these things to us, but do they enforce them? If we didn't have an ordinance what would the state do in order to get down to the ground level and make sure that residents are complying with something like this? How do they monitor that?
Well, for the first time, this ordinance that was adopted by the state, it now requires that we have to report annually on the success of our ordinance. So
they're going to waste more of our staff time trying
it
to...
It will require more staff time. I don't know what the consequences are if we didn't comply, but there is a reporting mechanism so they will know if we're not doing something.
Yeah, I think one thing to note here is that our ordinance is, I think, more beneficial to the people that here in the county, the way it's written, than the state ordinance. So
Agreed.
So I think
Agreed.
We're doing something good.
Yeah.
Maybe under duress, but we're still doing something better.
It's a bigger theme than this issue, and you guys are doing a good job on this, and I'm not trying to come down on you at all. What I'm trying to do is just emphasize that when the state mandates policies to the local level, especially when they're not paying for us to do reporting and they're wasting your guys' time having to tell them how many trees there are being watered in the county or whatever they're trying to count, it's very irritating sitting up here trying to do what we do. So just I want you to understand the tone and my sentiment as things come to us and how we respond to them. That's all.
All right.
And I'll make a motion to approve it. Waive the first reading.
Any more public comment on this? We have a motion. Looking for a second.
I'll second with the caveat of coming back with the answer.
And question.
Yeah.
I will get it. Okay, we have a first and second, and we did have one more public comment.
Good morning to all of you supervisors. My name is Kathy Facilla, and I totally agree with Supervisor Royce that as a local body, because we live here and have a much better idea of what goes on in our county, that our ordinance should come first and then come into a line with the state if possible. But we are a government of the people, and so the people in this government have first say before the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? We have a first and a second. Bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 14?
Consideration of awarding an agreement to the standard agreement for professional services with MGE Engineering, Inc. for design associated with the bridge prevention maintenance project.
Ms. Allen.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the CRA. In 2012, your board approved a list of 10 bridges for staff to submit applications to Federal Highways Administration for funding under the Highway Bridge Program Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program. In 2013, funds were programmed into the Federal Transportation Improvement Plan, also known as the FTIP. And in March of 2014, the county was authorized to proceed with preliminary engineering for all 10 bridges. Engineering Division sent out a request for qualifications for civil engineering services, pre-qualifying consultants for their services, and subsequently sent out a request for proposals for this project. MGE Incorporated was awarded the contract 5/19 of 2015. In July, your board approved the addition of the Clark's Fork Bridge to the county's BPMP. Your board item is the amendment to the existing contract for the 10 bridges to add the scope of work for the Clark's Fork Bridge, which is the 11th bridge. This additional work is $8,644. This agreement is scheduled into 2 phases. In Phase 1, MGE performs topographic surveys and preliminary design services. Phase 2 will include the completion of the plans and specifications for the project and the bidding and construction support. The total amount of Phase 1 is not to exceed $50,209. And Phase 2 will be presented as an amendment to the contract to your board at a later date for the total of 11 bridges. It is recommended that your board award the amendment to the standard agreement for professional services with MGE Engineering for the design services associated with the bridge preventative maintenance project in a total amount not to exceed $50,209 for Phase 1 and authorize the chair to sign the agreement. I'm here to answer any questions, as well as our project manager, Blossom Scottheim.
The Clarks Fork Bridge, is that on a Forest Service road or a county road?
It's the road to nowhere.
Clarks Fork Road is a county-maintained road that also is a numbered road in the Forest Service system.
Okay, but it is a county-maintained road? Yes.
Yes.
So what's our ownership status or non-ownership status of that?
We have a use permit, I believe.
Use permit? Okay.
With the Forest Service.
Similar to
Clarks Fork Road is very unique in the county in that the majority of it is actually in Alpine County. But I don't want to get into the history of that. That happened many, many years ago that we took that in. So that's just an interesting footnote on that particular road.
Take it back.
Kay, if you look at, California historic bridges, beautiful bridges, this Clark Fork Bridge comes up on that list. My question is it going to change the design of this bridge, or are they just going to refurbish it?
This will just be maintenance treatments. There will be some rehabilitation or reconstruction of the existing railing in kind. We'll be doing some concrete spall patching, perhaps a methacrylate deck treatment, and a joint seal replacement. So the character of the bridge will not change at all.
Okay. You don't appreciate it till you get down on the water, but the picture does really do it justice. It's quite interesting.
I have a picture in my office if anybody's interested in looking at it.
It's Twin Bridges, Strawberry Bridge, right? Pretty much the same? Is it?
That I don't know.
No.
It's not quite the same?
No, the railing, the railing differs quite a bit.
Yeah, but the arch structure is
The arch,
about,
yes.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation. Oh, I'm sorry, that's your district, isn't it?
Well, that's fine. Move on recommendation.
Second.
First and second. Any more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 15.
Consideration of approving the Federal Land Access Program Project Memorandum of Understanding with the Federal Highway Administration and Stanislaus National Forest for the reconstruction of the Evergreen Road.
Ms. Allen.
Good morning, Chairman. Tanya Allen, CRA Supervising Engineer. In December of 2014, FHWA issued a call for projects under the Federal Lands Access Program, what we call FLAP. And on January 20th, your board authorized Engineering Division to submit applications for Evergreen Road, Hardin Flat Road, Pinecrest Lake Road, Dodge Ridge Road and Loop Road, and Red Hills Road reconstruction projects. Evergreen Road Reconstruction Project was the only project awarded by the Programming Decisions Committee, also known as the PDC, under the FLAP program. The project has been scoped by FHWA as of June 16th of 2015. The scope of the project in general is to reconstruct and widen portions of Evergreen Road, beginning at the intersection of Highway 120 and proceeding north 7.41 miles to the gateway structure at Hetch Hetchy, just past Evergreen Lodge. The anticipated total cost of this project, including preliminary engineering, right-of-way acquisition, construction engineering, and construction, is approximately $14.6 million. Toll credits have been secured for the local match. The project is programmed for environmental compliance, into 2017, and the construction is scheduled for 2019. The attached MOU designates the responsibilities for FHWA, the Forest Service, and Tuolumne County. FHWA is responsible for the design and construction of the project, in addition to fulfilling the National Environmental Policy Act, also known as NEPA, responsibilities. The Forest Service is responsible for reviewing all project documents and providing support to FHWA. The county is responsible for coordinating right-of-way acquisitions, utility relocations, and fulfilling California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA requirements. The county's fiscal responsibility is exclusive to county staff and labor and overhead to fulfill the CEQA requirements and the costs associated with right-of-way acquisition and utility relocation. It is estimated a total cost for the county is $210,000. The budget has a total of $10,000 for project administration. The other estimated county cost of $200,000 will needed to be budgeted in the future years as the project progresses. It is recommended that your board approve the Federal Lands Access Program Management Memorandum of Understanding, also known as the MOU, with the Federal Highway Administration and the Stanislaus National Forest for the reconstruction of Evergreen Road, and authorize the chairman of the board to sign the MOU. I'm here for any questions, as well as our project manager, Gadiel DiMattei.
Questions from the board? I do have a couple. Maybe mostly a comment. I want to thank staff for hanging in with this, because we've applied for this money I don't know how many times, a number of times, and it's a big chunk that's finally come through. So good job on that. The question I have is, as far as looking at, there are 70-something pages of report here. Did we have a estimated amount that we were looking at for right-of-way acquisition?
Yes.
In the budget?
That has been programmed under the Federal Lands Access Program. We made sure that FHWA included as project costs, not the same as what happened with Buchanan, which was fully funded by the county. Gadiel, do you know that off the top of your head?
Not the exact amount, but it is in
It's in the language to make sure that that they pay for those
important.
acquisition costs.
And the second question, it would be on the $200,000 that we'll have to come up with in a couple of years. Have you thought about some possible funding sources for that $200,000 other than general fund? Is there some other places that we can go to find that money?
I believe also the RSTP exchange.
Okay.
But we're always seeking funding too. So.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any comment?
I just want to commend staff on getting this through the process. It's really nice to see some of these funds come to the county, and I also want to put a little plug in to encourage you to continue to apply for it in the future and help out maybe someday getting Dodge Ridge Road fixed. So
yeah, no, that's our goal.
There's my piece.
And when is that next funding cycle?
It goes every 2 years, and I believe the last one was in 2014, so 2016. Is that correct?
So we'll keep pushing that list that we have to try to get those roads fixed.
Yes. And if any other are recognized, then we would bring forward to your board for approval.
Thank you. Supervisor Rutherford, did you have a question?
I was just going to say, look forward to seeing you in 2016.
Okay. Any other questions? Any public comment? We have a public comment person.
I just have a comment. I don't think I have sudden onset deafness, but I'm having a lot of trouble hearing people up there. So I don't know if the sound system needs an adjustment or...
Can you hear me out there? Everybody else is shaking their head yes, so.
I didn't hear you a little while ago.
That's probably it, because I didn't have my mic on. All right, thank you. All right, so I'll bring it, we have we need a motion.
I'll move on the recommendation to, what are we doing, approving the MOU with FHWA and SNF for reconstruction of Evergreen Road, authorizing the chair to sign.
Second.
First and second, call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys earned your money there. You know, $14 million is a pretty good deal. Clerk, please read the next item.
Consideration of accepting the annual report of the accounting activities relative to the tribal road funding during the fiscal year 2014 through 15.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Dana Vaccarezza, Community Resources Agency Business Manager. Before you is the report for the annual report for the Tribal Mitigation Fund. This is a fund that was established as part of a memorandum of understanding with the Tuolumne Board of Miwok Indians to mitigate impacts on Tuolumne Road associated with the construction and operation of the Black Oak Casino. I'd like to point out that this is a fund that is somewhat different from the report on the other traffic mitigation funds that I'll be doing next, in that this was not a condition of approval for the actual development that was made. It was part of an agreement that we have with the tribe. For fiscal year 2014-15, the ending balance was $2,067,677. Of that, there is some committed funds for two projects, the Standard and Tuolumne Road Signalization Project and the Tuolumne Road North Chip Seal Project, which was completed last fiscal year. This, again, is a report for fiscal year 2014-15. Taking into consideration what has been allocated by your board, there is a remaining unallocated balance in the fund of $1,028,108. Asking for your acceptance of the report
Okay.
as submitted.
Any questions?
Just a quick comment for the listening public. The way these are listed does not illustrate their preference. I've had a lot of questions on A about the intersection at installation of a traffic signal at Woodham, Carn, and Tuolumne Roads. And just reassuring folks that this is not a priority list, if you will.
No, attachment B to the report is a listing of projects that have been authorized as part of the agreement. There is no priority as to the order that they are listed in. It's just these are the projects that are available to utilize this funding.
And there would be a very lengthy process before moving forward on.
Absolutely. It would come to your board
For
for
example,
your board's approval.
Thank you.
Correct.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could just note that this funding could be utilized for addressing Supervisor Royce's concerns at Soulsbyville Road. So we will be coming to your board in the near future to propose that we be authorized to do an analysis of that intersection and come up with some preliminary ideas of how those concerns could be addressed.
I got another.
Go ahead.
One of the biggest issues with the traffic heading towards the casino is trash along that corridor, and we do a pretty good job utilizing the jail crews and so forth to do that. But I just want to highlight it one more time. That's really important. It's amazing how fast the road gets littered with garbage, and keeping it nice is a huge priority for me. So just some of these funds I could see being responsible for just maintaining that. And unfortunately, with traffic coming from out of the area and people that don't really care, they just constantly throw stuff out of their cars. And just knowing that it's going to be a constant battle and not being afraid to use some of these funds towards that is something I would be interested in. So.
Okay. All right. We get any public comment on this? Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Royce.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Consideration of accepting the annual traffic impact mitigation fee report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2015 for the accounting activities relative to the county's traffic impact mitigation funds.
Good morning,
Okay.
Chairman of the Board and members of the Board. Dana Vaccarezza, Community Resources Agency Business Manager. Under the Mitigation Fee Act, which is part of the California Government Code, a local agency that imposes a development impact fee as a condition of approval of a development project is required to prepare an annual report to the governing body and public providing specific information regarding the fee. In Government Code Section 66006B, we are required to report a brief description of the type of fee, the amount of the fee, the beginning and ending balance of the account or fund, the amount of the fees collected and the interest earned, an identification of each public improvement on which fees were expended, an identification of an approximate date by which the construction of the public improvement will commence, a description of each interfund transfer or loan made from the account or fund, and the amount of refunds made due to sufficient funds being collected to complete financing to move forward on projects. Additionally, every 5 years, according to California Government Code Section 66001D, the local agency is also required to make the following findings: identify the purpose to which the fee is to be put, demonstrate a reasonable relationship between the fee and the purpose for which it is charged, identify all sources and amounts of funding anticipated to complete financing in incomplete improvements, and designate the approximate dates on which the funding is expected to be deposited. Presented to you for your acceptance is the annual traffic mitigation fee report for our 3 traffic impact mitigation funds with the County of Tuolumne. The report is attached, and of particular interest on page 10 of the report is the statement of current year activity. Again, Tuolumne County has 3 actual traffic impact mitigation funds. The report gives a brief history on each of these funds came to be. The 1999 Road Improvement Fund is the current fund that we are still collecting fees on. However, we still have outstanding balances in our Sub-Network Road Fund and our Regional Road Fund. The notes to the financial statements has the projects that your board has allocated funding towards. In Note 1, the Road Improvement Fund has money allocated for the Monoway Widening Project, the 5th Avenue and State Route 108 Signal Project, and the Standard Tuolumne Road Signal Project. When the ending balance of $4,876,007 in the cash account, that leaves a balance of $2,589,676 of unallocated cash balances, of which your board has already discussed using for the partnership with City of Sonora for the Greenlee-Monoway intersection project. At this time, the Sub-Network Road Fund does not have any projects that have been allocated funds for, and the Regional Road Fund has money has been allocated for the Rawhide Road Bridge. Unique to these funds is that all of the interest that is incurred or accrued for the fund has to be deposited into the fund and used for the same purposes as the fund. And the list of projects for this fund are included in Section 6 of the report in Exhibits A, B, and C. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none from the board, any public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
First, second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read the next item, please.
Number 18, consideration of approving the standard agreement for the Mentally Ill 3 Crime Reduction Grant Fund.
Morning.
Members of
Short
the board.
timer.
I am here before you this morning because, as you may recall, back in April, we applied for a juvenile mentally ill offender crime reduction grant. And we initially, in the rankings, came in right under the funding line. However, as a result of some additional funding being placed in the budget this past year, we were offered partial funding. And then while we were working on the paperwork to amend our budget and get contract paperwork together, we were advised that one of the previously funded counties had dropped out of the grant process. And so we now have before us an offer of full funding of $262,730. And that money is going to be used to provide support services in prevention, intervention, and supervision for our youth. Our goal, of course, is to increase the mental health stability of our youth while providing support services to include an after-school program for our at-risk youth, a tutoring program, a crisis home, so that what we have found is that oftentimes if we could just provide some very intense supervision and crisis intervention early on, it may save some youth from having to go the distance to be detained in juvenile hall while we work with the family and the youth to resolve some problems. So we have put a crisis home, which we had in the past, back into this plan. We're going to be working very closely with the schools to coordinate the after-school program and provide services, help our youth with transportation by getting them to educational meetings, medication review sessions, and any type of additional support services that youth and family may need in order to be stable in the community. So what we have before you is the grant agreement that must be signed by the board chair, 4 copies, so that we can begin and enter into the contract process with the Board of State Community Corrections to receive this funding. And I ask you to please approve that and sign those agreements and allow me to get them back to the board so we can begin to work on that process.
Okay, Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations. Glad to see this being awarded.
Thank you.
Just a little curious how this works. If you look at the project budget, the majority of it looks like it's salaries. Are we going to hire additional staff?
The salaries there are to support a 0.5 family juvenile therapist that was already put in our budget for the juvenile hall. This grant will allow us to bring that position in early so that we can begin to build the programming that we need, and then that will transition into the hall. This is a 3-year grant program. It will also provide some overtime, not overtime, but support services from probation.
Total amounts for the 3-year period, not each year then?
There are 3 different budgets.
Oh. I just see the one on page...
We got page 39.
It's 12 of our report of 51. I don't know what it...
I saw it in here.
Yeah. So, and then the other question, it shows in-kind match, which it's nice not to see any cash match. But just curious, so is that basically just... we're going to be applying some of our existing resources towards the program.
Yes, and we're allowed to use some of our other juvenile grants as in-kind also.
Oh, okay, cool.
What I was referring to is the 3-year grant budget table.
Yeah, which page is that?
Mine is not numbered. It says 16 in the grant, the next page. Salary and benefits, a total of $150,000, so that's the 50 times 3 for
I've
the
got
salaries.
That. Yeah.
There is also a vehicle in there. I will tell you that we're working with the Board of State right now on how we acquire that. We had requested to purchase a vehicle and had budgeted $25,000 for a vehicle. They are preferring that we lease a vehicle, so we are submitting some documentation from the auditor on that right now to see if they will waive that.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Just a comment. Adele, you already answered my question because I was wondering if you were going to be working with the schools, and so I'm glad to hear that. And also, congratulations on staying with this, and persistence has paid off.
Thank you, and I will advise you that Linda Downey will be the project director, and as you know, she is here for the duration, so she will ensure that this grant is well managed. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
First and the second by Supervisor Hanvelt. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please read item 19.
Consideration of adopting a resolution accepting the changes to the current agreement for fire protection services with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pedro.
Members of the board, tag teaming with Paul Avila this morning. Thought I'd just start by providing a little backdrop. Since 1974, the county's been securing its fire department services through contract with CAL FIRE. And up until just recently, we used to have just annual contracts, and those were hard to, keep up and get through the state system. So we made a change to go to a 3-year contract period, which is what we did back in June of 14. Your board approved this particular base contract that went from fiscal year 14-15 through, I think it's 16-17. And so this is a little different than how we used to do the annual contract, so we amend these things mid-term, so a little backdrop to that. So at the prior meeting, there was this agreement was on your agenda for amendment. We didn't have a chance to look at it, so we pulled that off, and Paul and I have since conferred and gone through this. What this is essentially doing is amending the contract to make sure that we include full year-round staffing of the Jamestown Fire Station, which your board definitely has given us direction to do, and we've budgeted accordingly. That's one of the things that we've amended. It made a correction from even what was presented in your packet from the last board meeting, is to make sure that that was in there. It really should have been right from the get-go because the direction was clear what your board wanted to do, and again, it was budgeted and so forth, so now it's in here. Secondly, since the original agreement was put together, the Groveland Community Service District, has taken direction where they would like to enter into an Amador plan agreement with CAL FIRE to where they would operate a basically winter station through the Merrill Road CAL FIRE station near Groveland, and that's a direction their board has already taken. That needs to be reflected the way that we're doing this, in your agreement here. There have also been some significant adjustments in CAL FIRE charges related to salary and benefit costs and overhead costs, and those have been incorporated in here as well. I do want to make, and as I say this, all those changes, we've gone through this together. There's a replacement resolution that was in the memo dated November 16 that came out late. So today your board would be asked to approve that replacement resolution, authorizing the chairman to sign the Schedule A agreement with also 2 replacement pages to the contract. But real quick, again, I'm going to refer to the November 16 memo. I'm going to go to some summary sheets. We have one's entitled Cost Change Summary, Proposed CAL FIRE Agreement, 3-year agreement. It shows a total increase in cost of about $1.7 million. And I'll just summarize that the variance in the first year of roughly $265,000. That's the 6 months of the Jamestown Fire Station that heretofore had not been in the agreement but was budgeted. Services were provided. In 2015-16, there's a combination of the increase related to adding the Jamestown Station, adding the Merrill Road Amador Plan station, and including the adjustments in CAL FIRE salary and benefit rates and the administrative rate. And then the third year, it's a $735,000 increase, incorporates all those things with about a 1.7% adjustment, just trying to project out a little bit for what the potential cost would be that year. I would focus on, it's page 7 of 9, as you're working on your iPads. particularly speaking to this fiscal year, fiscal 2015-16. It compares the increase from the base amount from 14-15 to what's proposed for 15-16. That's about a $777,000 increase. But where did that money really go? $485,000 of that went towards the Jamestown Station and the Groveland Amador Station, and the balance, about $292,000, goes towards the salary and benefit and admin rate adjustments. So just big picture, about 62% is going towards service enhancements, and about 38% going towards those rate increases. The following page just breaks that out in greater detail. I would just bring your attention, because I've had questions about the salary and benefit increases in particular. There's a note at the bottom of page 8 of 9 that shows, based on bargaining at the state level, and this is nothing in defense of our assistant fire warden here. He didn't do it. This is something that's bargained at the statewide level, and it breaks out the changes in those contracts, including the benefit rates, and those are detailed for you. And then the last page just shows the adjustment, which is really it's an adjustment to arrive at a planning figure for the third year. So that's all I would have to say. Paul, do you have anything else you wanted to?
I guess the only thing else I'd like to add is actually Paul Avila, Assistant County Fire Warden. This is all calculated on top step, so it's top step salaries across the board. History shows that we've come in under quite a bit. Last year, over the contract amount to what we actually the county paid out for services was about $155,000 under budget.
Is the county budgeting for the entire amount then also, Craig, and then we have a savings, or how do we do that?
We net fund it because we know historically we never come close to this amount. And that's one of the reasons why, for example, the Jamestown, that last 6 months of the Jamestown contract, we didn't stop at the end of last year and make that adjustment, because we had enough savings based on what we had already had set aside to cover it. So each year we've never gotten even near that. What the contract calls for, we always have significant savings.
Can you also, it's a little bit detached from this as an agenda item, but it is relative because we farm out some of our leadership as well, and some of these projects are associated with it. The dispatch and mutual aid, auto aid, I know those are kind of in the works. Can you just give a brief little rundown on the status of that?
The auto aid agreement, the county-wide project I've been working on is currently, we're completed with the document. It's currently with the tribe, trying to get it through their legal. That's our stumbling block right now. I've been told that they were going to do a vote last week. I haven't heard back yet. I don't know if Craig heard anything. So once we have that, there's the Solvent Nation. So that was going to be once we get it through that board or council, the rest of it will be fairly quick and easy to get through.
So the mutual aid, auto aid agreements are the critical path to the dispatch kind of renovation?
Yes.
Okay. And then once you get that, what's the timeline? What's your projection?
Currently, we're working on there's many parts. One is the agreement itself and having all the districts in the county and the city agree on response areas. The second part would be updating CAD, which is our communication center, the dispatch, which they're currently working on that. We have a couple of our comm ops working with Northrop Grumman on the best way to implement it without having some hiccups in the system. Currently right now we are dispatching the closest resources. The downfall is we're sending more resources than needed to some of these calls. So that's what's going to...
So thank you for that. And then just one more plug for Fire First Responder, our study. And I know we had our little presentation about the ambulance system and highlighted the fact that a large percentage of our calls are medical aids and just trying to be as efficient as possible with those resources. So
I'm okay with this, but we rely on you for all that stuff. So I just want to emphasize how important it is to me. And so.
All right. Any other comment? Supervisor Rutherford?
Since Supervisor Royce cracked the door open, I'll rush through it.
Well, I'll close it real quickly here.
I'd like to see some progress made on our fire first responder study. We've been talking about it for over a year, well over a year, probably much more than that if my memory wasn't so foggy. We need to get on with it.
Okay, any other comments? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for a vote.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Motion.
I'd refer you to the recommendation on the November 16 memo.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we approve the attached replacement resolution in this November 16th memo authorizing the board chairman to sign the previously provided Schedule A agreement amendment with CAL FIRE along with the replacement pages.
Second.
First and second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Number 20.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the drought conditions.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. Today I come before you asking you to consider renewing the proclamation for the local state of emergency due to drought conditions. Thankfully, we have had some nice weather systems come through, but as we all know, that's not even a drop in the bucket of what we need. We continue to experience impacts of the drought. They continue. We have had a few more referrals. Those referrals have definitely slowed down. Not sure, again, if it's due to the fact that people are just kind of bearing it out and hoping that weather will come, or if we've reached that saturation level. However, the stats that we have right now, we're at 235 dry wells, 11 dry springs. We have 144 referrals that we've made to ADCA, which has resulted in 118 tanks being installed and a total of 144 tanks receiving water deliveries. We also have approximately 350 homes that are impacted that we know about. With that being said, the biggest project that we're working on right now, and I did mention this the last time, is the Jamestown water main extension. This is important. We could get this water main extension from Carly Lane. It kind of weaves its way around to get to Cindy Court Street, and takes it clear to Jacksonville Road. What we're working with are several different funding mechanisms to enable, if we can get the cost below at $25,000 or below per home, we're able to make this a much more quick process. Otherwise, we have to go through the State Water Board, and we have to do a lot of other things. So we're working with TUD and with various other agencies and with homeowners. We're getting letters of interest. So far, of the 16 who are actually receiving services, we have 14 of them who have signed letters of interest. Only one of them is now declining. However, other homes in that area, even if they're not receiving services, but because they're well dependent, would be able to participate in the program. So what we are contemplating doing at this point is actually going door to door and going out there, discussing the program with those who have not actually reached out to us and seeing if they're interested in participating in this program. With that being said, we also have our operational area meeting. We have 2 meetings every year. We have a pre-winter and we have a pre-fire. So tomorrow is our operational area meeting, so we can discuss different impacts that are taking place with all the different agencies and ways that we can be better prepared as a county to help our residents as we move into the winter. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions, comments? Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll kind of bleed into the next agenda item as well, so I won't repeat myself when it comes up. But I attended the GAC yesterday, the Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee meeting, and this continues in their agenda to be a discussion item that comes up all the time, and it's the confluence of homeowners insurance, fire safety, tree mortality, water and drought, and wells. And they're all kind of interrelated. And the concern is when you look at $15,000 to $25,000 to drill a well, when you start looking at thousands of dollars to take out a tree, the potential negative financial impact to private businesses and individual homeowners, property owners, is starting to look absolutely untenable. And the failure to address these things has impacts on homeowners insurance and business insurance. As an example, if someone has a dead tree on their property and they know it's dead, and it ends up falling and falling onto a neighbor's business or their home or whatever, an insurance company could look at that as negligence, okay, and which would mean that they could walk away from their liability under the insurance policy. So there's a lot of very, very bad things that can happen here, and I just, it keeps coming up. I hear it everywhere I go, and we need to be working the problem hard. That's number one. Number two, I don't always know what everything that you folks are doing. I understand that, but we need. I'm concerned that at some point the governor is going to turn the funding off. If we do indeed get a really good winter this year, what are we going to do with all these people that have temporary situations? And I just think we need to be looking at that. I'd kind of like to know what our plan is. Obviously, that's another potential huge investment for the people. So those are my areas of concern. I hear it everywhere I go. You're doing a good job, don't get me wrong, but we just got to have a plan.
Okay, any other comments? Supervisor Brennan?
Just a quick comment, because again, there is a tremendous amount of overlap. But the task force meeting that was held yesterday in Sacramento sounded more like an informational meeting. There will be, I think, a lot more conversation that will be coming out of that, and I know we'll be talking about it more with the next item. But towards the end, insurance was one of the topics that was brought up, homeowners insurance, and it definitely factors into this, and I know they are going to be looking for those that are participating in the workshops to be coming up with items that can be elevated to a task force committee. And the insurance commissioner was not in attendance yesterday. I think they are going to ask that his office be there in the future. But that is certainly something that we need to be really advocating for and talking about, is the implications of both homeowners and business insurance on both of these emergencies.
Any other comment?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Riggs and I attended the task force meeting yesterday, and I agree with Supervisor Brennan that it largely became an informational meeting. But when the insurance item came up, Wade Crowfoot of the governor's office, senior advisor and deputy secretary level cabinet member, promised to engage the insurance commission on this issue. And I think the only way we can continue the support is to make the governor's office aware of our continuing situation. That's why from my perspective, that's why we sent that letter at the last meeting, thanking the governor for the support and indicating that we need continuing assistance for the foreseeable future. I think we need to continue to communicate with the governor's office. Ms. Riggs has developed some great contacts with the governor's office, and we used some of those yesterday to try and make our points after the meeting. So we'll talk more about that, I guess, when we get to next time.
All right. Any other board? Mr. Pedro?
Yeah, I just want to address Supervisor Rodefer's concern, which is a totally understandable, legitimate concern. And I think the board knows, Tracy's a great advocate, and she makes it hard for people to, say no. in Sacramento, but trying to do what Supervisor Hamlet mentioned, just continue to make that need known and try to keep that program, the CDAA, money, California Disaster Assistance Act money coming as long as we can. But there will be a point they're going to cut it off, and then our choices get very narrow from there. We do have the drinking water programs through the state that we could turn to. They're not set up for programs like this. At least we have, again, great contacts there that are sympathetic. They understand. We'll have to look to programs like that. But barring other type of state or federal funding sources, there's programs like Sonora Area Foundation for a short period of time. They might be willing to help out, but then it'll ultimately end up falling back on the county, and that's our general fund dollars. So there's not a lot of good choices. I think the best thing to do is continue to advocate, make the case, and push. But once you get past those state dollars, it's going to get very difficult.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that that we can do, and I think we're already doing at some level, but maybe we ratchet it up a little bit. First of all is, as we continue to work with the state, to make it clear to them that there is going to be some need to transition off of this at some point, and make sure that they understand the impact, the adverse impact it would have on our citizens to just have a cutoff of that funding. There needs to be, I think, some transition program put in place that helps us to get through that. The other thing is what we are doing in terms of the extension of groundwater or surface water delivery systems to some of these people is start working with TUD or continue to work with TUD. We're already working with them. But to look at maybe expanding the distance that they're willing to go and start working with homeowners to see if we can make that affordable. I mean, TUD is probably going to lose about 20% of its revenue because people have just quit using water, and they're not going to go back to using water the way they were before. So they're going to be looking for some additional revenue and hookups and things. So just have a strategy to try and get us through this.
All right. Any other comment?
Super. One more, just quick note. We don't know a lot about these fractured rock systems, and as we are having rains, we don't know what recovery will look like. We have a lot of anecdotal assumptions, but when we have opportunities to try and collect some data, I think that would be beneficial also on how these wells, what the recovery looks like.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Sorry, a couple other items I'd like to, in response, is, and I'll put this in writing so that you all can look at it. The board can have a chance to weigh in on it as well and to get your comments, because we're always looking for other ways to look at the way that we're handling any of these issues. You may remember the last time we came in, we did speak to you about that we are looking at this transition, and we are looking at ways that we can, as we work through this. So the first thing I did was I made a phone call to the public assistance officer for Cal OES and asked if he had heard of any type of rumblings at all of this CDAA or California Disaster Assistance Act funding coming to an end for drought. And he said absolutely not. Not only are they very concerned about up in the foothills where we have all the fractured rock, but they seem to be equally concerned that down in the valley where they have a completely different type of water system, that they're not going to see the recharge down there like they've seen in the past. So he guaranteed us, and I've not had a problem with Cal OES following up on their word to me when they've given me that there will be a transition and they will get word out to us first. So, and then to the next step, you may remember we also talked about that the group of us that meets on Mondays, our core group that has developed a plan and continues to monitor what's happening with the drought, has done exactly what Supervisor Brennan was talking about. Is the Jeff Mankey, who is the general contractor for ADCA, has already been out sounding wells so we can get a baseline, so that they'll go out we're talking about maybe every 2 to 3 months, depending on what type of weather systems we get. So we have a baseline to see, are these wells, are they seeing any recharge? We also have, you may remember that Terry Cox has come in, Sheila Shanahan. They are working on, with CDBG, various other types of funding that is coming available. So we're looking at helping with private laterals. There is help with we're looking at either low-cost loans, meaning low-interest loans, something for families, because we recognize that the cost to drill a well up in our area is much higher than what you see in the valley, where they're drilling through not rock but sand and dirt. So $25,000 to $40,000 for a family to drill, or just a couple or individual, is significant, and we know that. So we are looking into any and every type of funding source that might be available. And what I'll do is I'll put that in a plan, a work plan for you for the 4th when we come back, for you to consider renewing this again, so you can have it in writing as to what are we looking at, and you can offer suggestions on other ways that we might approach that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to continue the state of emergency for the, in accordance with the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to drought conditions.
Second.
First and second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Clerk, please read item 21.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the pervasive tree mortality.
Thank you. Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. Lots going on with this subject, and I'll hit on the meeting that Supervisor Hanvelt and I attended yesterday just as a quick update. We did have a tree mortality task force, as indicated in your memo, and that was held on October 29th. We had originally scheduled to meet a little bit sooner, but we wanted to wait in a follow-up. So what we've decided to do now, we're trying to wait for some information to come out as to how are we going to approach this. The next meeting for the Tree Mortality Task Force, that is chaired by CAL FIRE Unit Forester Adam Freeze, is on December 4th at 10:30. And we are expanding that list of individuals. So agencies. So we're looking at, as you see on there already, BLM, AT&T, the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians. We can also looking at, yesterday I asked that we would add NRCS. They have a lot to offer. The other thing is, in regards to the meeting yesterday, it was mostly a listening and resource sharing. We were able to ask some questions, and we did. And one of my questions, again, was, we know that we have a community that feels a little let down right now by the way that this executive order is being handled. And they recognize that as well. And they're trying to work with us and other counties to find out how they can expand this. But right now, with the California Disaster Assistance Act funding, it is going to be used for public areas, or they will, CAL FIRE, and I'll get you guys copies of these packets if Supervisor Hanvelt has already done that, so you can take a look at it. CAL FIRE will be and is the lead agency for this issue. They will be developing what's called high hazard zones. Those high hazard zones, what they will look at is public safety in regards to communications, evacuation routes. I'm trying to think of the other one we talked about was, just looking at Supervisor Hanvelt to see, key infrastructure or flumes. Then they will look at the tree die-off of what they already seen. You've seen these aerials already. So they're overlaying these maps so that they can look at these high hazard zones. If a home happens to fall within that high hazard zone, we will be able to go in there and take care of what the trees that may be on private property but threaten any of those public infrastructure, communications, ingress or egress routes. However, we're limited. And so what they are willing to do with us is create some work groups. And one of the ones that we specifically asked for was a funding work group, so that we can look at other funding mechanisms that might be able to assist with all those logs that are already on the ground, and then all the trees, dead and dying trees that are still up there that have not been removed. So it continues to evolve. They are planning on doing a monthly task force meeting. So the next one, they're supposed to send out, it's going to be in December. They didn't give us a date yesterday. I do feel as if the three key individuals who are leading this on behalf of the governor were Wade Crowfoot, who is with the governor's office, Ken Pimlott, who is the director of CAL FIRE, and Mark Gillarducci, who is the director of Cal OES. They are all listening, and they're taking it in. They're trying to work with all of the counties and what is taking place. This is, as you know, so large and so big that they're also still trying to get their arms around it. But Wade Crowfoot and Supervisor Hanvell will give you his. I do feel like he was listening, and he is concerned, and he is trying to take all of this in. It's just going to take a little bit of time, and we're not going to see something immediately. So my next steps will be to begin working with Josh White, our unit chief, as well as Adam Freeze, who is a unit forester, to begin looking at various areas. And I know Supervisor Hanvell has some ideas, and we'll bring in some others so that we can begin putting projects together, because they really are looking at this as projects, not as a county as a whole just going in and doing different, just applying it however they may feel. This is different. And just like drought, we'll continue to see it evolve. Things that they told us that we wouldn't do in the beginning, later after they learn more about all the different local issues, it evolved and it changed. So we have invited the individuals up, even the Department of Finance. They're willing to come up. They want to go through and do a tour. They'd like to meet some of the homeowners. They'd like to talk to them. And my point in all that is that they're showing concern and they're listening. And I'm appreciative that they're listening to us. And one thing I did get from all three of those individuals that I mentioned is that They did tell me, if anything, I'm consistent. I continue to ask for the same things, and I've told you sometimes I refer to myself as Chinese water torture to Cal OES, because I do continue to ask and ask and ask again. I do think we'll see a difference. We will get some help, but it will take some time. Supervisor Hanvell, I know you have some that you'd like to share.
Yeah, I'd like to say that in many respects that meeting was a disappointment to me, but I think the meeting had to take place where they had virtually all the stakeholders in the room. It had a lot of firepower in there. I mean, the three people she mentioned, but there was a number of people from CAL FIRE besides Ken Pimlott, a number of people from OES besides Mark Gillarducci, a number of people from the governor's office. Finance was there, CARB was there, PUC was there, an enormous number of people there. It is interesting to note that only 3 counties were there that I counted: Mariposa, Madera, and Tuolumne. By the way, we got front row seat, and they kept looking over our direction for guidance. But I think a couple things came out that were disappointing, and I don't consider we've lost the battle on all these. We asked specifically again for the DIR waiver on contractors. We did not get it. We specifically were told that's denied. I'm not giving up on that. I think there's ways to get around that, but they want to ensure that the contractor is getting prevailing wage. They are concerned about containment of the problem. They don't really understand the magnitude of the problem. I think Ken does, but I'm not sure the others really understand the magnitude. So we did invite them up, and we're trying to arrange to get them hands-on touch and feel, if you will, to see the magnitude of the problem. They have done some maps, and those are in the handout that we got, and Ms. Riggs will give you that. The biomass issue was prominent in the governor's proclamation. We asked specifically what was going on there. They did not have the right PUC person there, and I don't know whether the PG&E person was right, but he was not in a position to engage them. That has to be done. But there were other biomass people there who made a very strong appeal that we're losing plants by the day that can help deal with this problem. One of them shuts down near us before, and that's Buena Vista plant shuts down before the end of the year. There's 7 more scheduled to go out by mid next year, including Pacific Ultra Power, simply because their contracts aren't renewed. I don't think that's a hopeless case. I think they recognize that maybe they can help. They just didn't have the right people there. So I think our local plan is to put our plan together and take ideas from wherever we can to go after these things. We got to be creative, and I think we go back and get them to fund what we we propose and not wait for them. But they do have to put working groups together. They talked about putting working groups together to get their arms around this thing. I thought that's what a task force is supposed to do, but they included the world. So I think there's a lot of work to do. It's not done. I don't think we should accept anything as no yet. I think we can be creative, and I think there are ways to get around it, and we're researching some of those, which I think it's premature to talk about here, but we'll share that with you as soon as we get further along.
All right. Any other? Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah. On Friday, there was a little bit of confusion about how much space would be available, and I thought it was very important for Julie Bowles to be able to attend and have a seat. She coordinates the California Biomass Energy facilitates those businesses. And I was glad she was there. I did attend by video conference. Unfortunately, the communication link was fairly poor and kept going in and out. My question is, there was a lot of conversation about private lands and some potential opportunity. A lot of that did center around FSA, rural health, potentially programs. And so I'm wondering, is our ag commissioner involved in our local committee? And if not, maybe he should be, because he would be the access point for, I think, both of those federal dollars.
So far, Mr. Stockel has not been in those meetings, and as I said, that's great. Thank you. I had not even thought of having Gary in there. I think it's a perfect idea. But we did ask for NRCS to get an agency rep for that. And we do know that them and FSA, is Farm Service Agency, correct? They both were key during the rimfire in helping a lot of our, especially more ag-related, but it doesn't just have to be ag. It can be some help for keeping, they did some help with, I'm trying to think of the right word, from keeping the land from sliding and doing some other issues that they may be able to help now. And there was a woman there, and I cannot remember her name. I'm not sure if Supervisor Hanvelt remembers her name, but she was from NRCS, and she has been working with Mariposa already. So again, we also talked about all of us in the county sharing what we're doing, so none of us are recreating the wheel. So having those phone calls is important as well.
We'll get her name when we get the attendance list, which I expected by now, frankly.
Any other comment?
We probably have a different NRC office out of Jackson, and so I'll get you Amy's contact information.
Yes, and we work very closely with her, so absolutely. She was fantastic in the past, and I know she'll be so in the future as well.
Okay, we've talked about all the problems everybody else has, but we need to address the one we have, and it's the trees on the edge of our roadways. Regardless of whether we get any money from anybody, we're going to have to address those. There's trees are going to fall, and they're going to cause problems. So, Ms. Shane, I'm sure the option of not looking up isn't an option. we have to make sure we have a plan, because I see many trees that are going to cause us problems that need to be removed. Any other comment? Okay, public comment.
Mr. Chairman, I will move that we continue the local state of emergency due to the pervasive tree mortality.
Second.
First and second, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
And passes 5-0. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break. All right, call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Clerk, please read item 22.
Consideration of providing direction on the development of the 2016 Tuolumne County 5-year plan.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm bringing to you today a rough draft of a 2016 5-year plan for the county. As your board knows, these documents have become really helpful in helping to set the strategic direction of the county. They also help influence your board annual goals. Actually, the first year of the 5-year plans become those goals. It also informs committee work plans and your multi-year budget forecast. We've talked about this in the past. Actually, the draft that's before you incorporates many of the same points that were in several months ago, provided something called the Big Rocks version of a 5-year plan, and this incorporates some of the very same points, some things expanded out, informed by some of your more recently adopted documents like the Water Action Plan as one example. I put this in a little different priority to try and reflect your board's stated priorities of public safety, roads, through your priority-based budgeting system, also reflecting the importance of the employees of the county, succession management, and so forth. I don't think any of this is really new to the board. Other than I will just mention publicly that we added 2 categories. One was to reflect the emergencies, the drought, the tree or mortality issue, and also a couple items under our human services category. This came out of our planning retreat last year, expanded foster care program efforts, and that's going to be a bigger push with the state of California as well, and to continue evaluate and respond to the ever-evolving Affordable Care Act and expanded Medi-Cal. It's something we don't talk a lot about here, but it's a huge impact in your human services agency. So I'll wrap up just to say that once we have all the the categories, the main bullets that your board wants to see, then we would go ahead and extend out some basic 1-2 word descriptions of what we try to accomplish in each of the years, and then extend out the work so you can kind of see how it would occur over a 5-year period of time. With that direction, again, we would come back to your board possibly at the next meeting, but for sure no later than the first meeting in January to try and get something adopted. And as I mentioned in the memo, totally realize you have your annual retreat sometime near the end of January, and we can always amend this, but it'll help us get a good start on the year, and we can amend it as we move forward. So I'll just stop there and see if there's any comments, questions, suggested changes.
Okay. Any comments particular to the draft? See none. I think that it captures everything that we're doing and everything we thought about. So, as you said, we could change it after our retreat if something if we want to change the position or something like that. So, any other board comment? Any public comment? Okay. Bring it back for an action.
I think absent providing additional direction, that there is no action. So I think I would just recommend that.
Well, the direction that we would give would be the draft.
Pardon me? Yeah.
Go ahead.
For the most part, it's hard to dig into this right now. I like the idea of addressing it during the retreat. To me, it takes more kind of a big picture focus on everything as a whole and what we're trying to achieve, and then working backwards from that to this. I don't have any changes I want to dig into right now, but I just like that opportunity to really focus strategically as a board in a different setting than this, right here. So, I mean, I feel like I don't want to approve this as a draft. I just want to approve the process to address it at that time and then move forward. That's how I feel.
So the direction that we would give to staff is to agendize this on our retreat agenda.
Yeah, I think this is part of the retreat. I think that at that time, thinking strategically with our department heads, and then at the end culminating with board direction on this at that point, and then finalizing it after that is the more appropriate way to deal with it.
Yeah, I think, the first few items are pretty much cut and dry. We're going to have to address those. Those are in progress. But I'm fine with that. Is that enough, Mr. Pedro?
That's fine.
Can I address a little more of the reason why? I feel like this format, to some degree, is more of just kind of a to-do list for general kind of items that we're dealing with. I think they're important, but actually strategically planning, like a 5-year strategic plan, I just think of a little bit different, like more. A lot of these are specific items versus actual, like, strategic directions. I don't know if that makes sense.
I guess we'll discuss it during the retreat.
All right. Okay. Any other comment? Any public comment? So you have the direction. We won't do a motion on that. We'll go.
Yep.
Pardon? Board consensus. Twenty-three.
23, consideration of changing the date and agenda of development process for the 2016 planning retreat.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, with regard to your 2016 board planning retreat, we'd previously chosen January 21st and 22nd as the dates of the retreat. With Mr. Chiat's apologies, it turned out that he was booked, indeed, those days, so unfortunate. But he did offer up the next week, January 28th and 29th. So as a first order of business, would that date be okay, with the board?
It's okay by me.
Works for me.
Looks like it works for everybody.
Okay.
We
And
just
then
need
it was-
to make it happen. Get it done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So.
It's too important.
So then we should, okay, we'll just take that as direction, then we'll go ahead and agendize something to set that as the planning retreat dates. The other issue is as this happened to be brought to attention at the same point, one member of the board did ask if we could reconsider the direction I received earlier on September 1st to have Mr. Chiat do the same process we did last year, where he would call you individually, listen to what you had to say as what you'd like to have on the retreat, and then help put together an agenda for the retreat. I understand there's a desire to reconsider that and have the board as a whole come up with that retreat agenda without Mr. Chiat doing what he did last year. Again, that's up to your board how you want to do that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to. Today's a pretty full agenda, but I think I'd like to have a discussion item on an agenda where we can talk about what we liked about last year and what we didn't like about last year. I don't think we ought to be in the process of building an agenda by the board, but I would like some more structure that the board agrees on, rather than just leave it to Mr. Chiat to try and bring 5 disparate views together into something that looks coordinated but may or may not. There were some things that I really liked about last year's agenda, and there were some very glaring holes that I wasn't really happy with. So I just would like to have the opportunity for the 5 of us to work together to put that together.
I disagree. I think we did a meeting on this after it, and I recall comments from everyone how beneficial it was, how good the retreat was, and I think we hire a person like Mr. Chiat in order to guide us through that process. If not, why do we need him? I think that having the ability to talk to him individually, separately, was really good in my part, versus having to set out here and having to go over some of those items. So I think that the process was good. I liked the process, and I thought that was, been my second retreat. I thought that was the best retreat. I thought the outcome was the best. And I do recall everybody agreeing with that when we brought it back and had our discussion. So open up for other comment.
Well, let's see if I can split the difference what you guys are saying. I liked the process to be able to talk with Bill in advance about what we wanted to see. I think that's valuable. You can say things in that setting that you can't say up here. And I think that gave him insight into what we were trying to achieve. I think that we should still do that, but I think before we finalize it, maybe have him put something together and bring it to us so that if there is something missing or somebody feels like we need to add something, that's an opportunity for us to say, okay, we endorse this, or we want you to add this. So that's what I would recommend as kind of a evolved version of what we already did that would address his concerns.
That would work for me, if, especially if each supervisor has the opportunity to give their opinions to Mr. Chiat beforehand. I think I find him to be an individual that would try and incorporate suggestions that all of us have, but to ensure that, then we could look at it afterwards.
Well, I can go along with what Supervisor Royce suggested, but I thought last year's retreat was. Or this year, I guess it was, was useful. I was a little disappointed because I thought a lot of my comments and suggestions were largely ignored, and I think that
maybe they weren't good suggestions.
It's possible they were lousy suggestions, but they weren't. There was no comment about that, and I felt like there was a lot more we could have done that what didn't get done, and I would have liked to have had that dialogue. So,
well, I think that certainly that you certainly can give those opinions and suggestions to the moderator, and I think Supervisor Royce's idea is a decent balance with that. Craig, did you have?
Well, just if that's how you'd like to go, that's total. Again, whatever you want to do is fine with me. If you want to do that, what I'd try to do is encourage Bill to get a hold of you each as soon as possible to either so you could talk about it either at December 15th or at the very latest your January 5th meeting, because there could be time to prepare that would be necessary based upon what that final agenda would be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm okay with what Supervisor Royce recommended. I just think that And I agreed, at the time. I thought the retreat was excellent, okay? But I think there were some things that could have made it better. I'm not being at all critical of what Mr. Chiat did last year. There are some things that I would like to see done a little bit differently. And if we can see a product from Mr. Chiat ahead of time, and we can discuss it and make some recommendations as a group. Again, I'm not being critical of Mr. Chiat at all. I did take some exception to your comments, Mr. Chairman, that they might have been bad ideas. They're just
that was tongue in cheek. Carl,
well,
don't be too sensitive about it.
Please don't school me on how to be a supervisor. Thank you.
Oh, then, and rightfully so. Same to you. All right, bring it back to the board. We've all agreed consensus of what to do with this.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the change dates and pursue a process to establish the agenda per our discussion.
Second.
Okay. Any public comment?
Well, if I understand you correctly, you hire someone to come in and assist you with that retreat. Is that correct?
It's a facilitator.
So how much does that cost me?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but I can get that to you, Carol.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? Back to the board. All those in favor?
Aye.
11 o'clock appointment.
This is consideration. Do you want to take a break or? Consideration of approving the fiscal year 2015-16 Mental Health Services Act annual update to the 3-year program and expenditure plan.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Christy Conforti. I'm the Mental Health Services Act Coordinator for Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department. With me today is Mr. Steve Voyak, the Assistant Director of the Human Services Agency. Proposition 63, the Mental Health Services Act, was passed in 2004 and designated a 1% income tax, personal income tax, over $1 million to support county mental health programs. MHSA funding is used to expand mental health services to children, adults, and seniors with severe mental illness. With an overall budget of $9.339 million, MHSA makes up approximately 1/3 of the overall behavioral health budget. Since MHSA is intended to expand mental health services, this slide shows the importance of these programs and the impact that this state funding has on our community supports. Today I'm providing you with an update of the current MHSA activities, and these requirements must be met prior to submittal of this update to the State Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. A community stakeholder meeting was held in April to gather feedback on MHSA programs. The meeting was attended by representatives from law enforcement, community services agencies, behavioral health, public health, consumers, and family members. The update was posted for public review and was presented at the Mental Health Advisory Board as well. Today we're seeking your approval of this MHSA annual update for fiscal year 15-16. MHSA has 5 essential elements. Community collaboration connects systems, organizations, and healers and practitioners not traditionally defined as part of the mental health care system. Cultural competence is to reduce disparities in access to mental health services. Client and family-driven services is meant to currently involve ongoing involvement of the clients and their family members. Promotion of wellness, recovery, and resilience. And integrated service encourages and provides access to a full range of services from multiple agencies. MHSA funding is spent in 5 areas, and I'll go over each of these individually. The first is Community Services and Supports, or CSS. These programs are intended to improve access to underserved population, promote recovery, and provide services to those most in need. The 3 key components within CSS are full service partnership, which I'll address shortly, system development, which improves overall mental health services and supports, and outreach and engagement, which seeks out people who may need services but are not yet receiving them. So full service partnership, also known as FSP, this program provides wraparound mental health services and supports that a person needs to reach his or her goals. In fiscal year 13-14, 31 clients were in the program, and in 14-15, we served 48 clients. In order to strengthen the program in 14-15, we introduced community peer liaison supports, which is one-on-one peer support with a person who has a lived experience and can help those FSP clients because they know what they're going through. This has allowed us to add more clients to this program. So 15-16, we're adding a new case manager and another community liaison as well. We also need a couple of new cars to transport the clients. Cars currently purchased in the program were purchased back in 2007. They've been very well used, and we need to upgrade the fleet at this time. We also implemented a client care survey. This is in order to track better outcomes from the peers' perspective. We hope to use this tool to provide data to show how they feel that they're improving in their recovery. Next, we have peer support services. We provide peer support services in 2 ways. The Enrichment Center is our peer-run center offering peer group supports. We have many new groups, such as a grief group. We have a dealing with life issues group, and there's an ongoing gardening project. That's a collaboration with the Innovation Lab. We are producing fruits and vegetables during the summer months. We just planted our fall harvest, and we hope to have winter vegetables throughout the season. We serve those to our clients, and then eventually we'll hope to introduce those into the kitchen in the Innovation Lab and get those to anybody in the community, the senior center, the homeless shelter. So we're going to pass those along to the community in general. We have an in-house benefits and resource specialist. She continues to assist those in need of obtaining Social Security and other benefits. And we're excited to report, as you can see here, that Enrichment Center participation has increased by more than 100 unduplicated peers in the past year. And I really think that's because of all of the new groups that we're introducing. The Lambert Center is our drop-in center, providing food, socialization, and computer access to our homeless population. And visits to the Lambert Center have pretty much remained steady, with just a few more individuals visiting that center. We have the Crisis Access Assessment and Intervention Program, CAPE. That's the 7 days a week, 24-hour-a-day access to services. It's an essential support in our community. And anyone experiencing a crisis situation can call or drop in. They also provide support to our FSP clients and also to our clients that are in supportive housing after hours when they don't have access to a case manager. With more than 1,200 people accessing the service in 13-14 and more than 1,300 in 14-15, the program is meeting a need in the community. Next is expanded funding for crisis support. We have the Mental Health Triage Senate Bill 82. We call this SB 82. We were able to secure this funding through the Senate bill for mental health triage. It's to improve mobile crisis support teams, assist law enforcement in the field, and ultimately reduce emergency room visits and psychiatric hospitalizations. The program was just launched in 14-15. It took us a little while to get our tracking system developed, so we only have this 189 unduplicated people from Q2 through to Q4 for this 14-15 year. We should be able to have a full year's report in the next update. And then we are currently reviewing our crisis support services and SB 82 programs to make sure that we determine the best possible way to combine them and streamline efforts to provide the best possible service. Do you have a question? Oh, okay, sorry. Next, we have our Prevention and Early Intervention Services, also known as PEI. PEI serves for about 15% of the overall MHSA budget. And these programs are in place to reduce stigma and discrimination associated with mental illness and to provide prevention services to avert mental health crises. We contract with community partners to provide these services, and in 14-15 we went through a formal RFP process to ensure that we are contracting with the best agencies and individuals to provide these services. As a result of the RFP process, we had a change in provider in 3 of our programs, which I'll go over as we go along. We have 2 early childhood projects. The first one is a partnership with Child Enrichment Services, Infant Child Enrichment Services, to provide nurturing parenting classes. These classes help foster positive parenting skills and help parents to reunite with their children by improving parenting outcomes for families in our community. The trauma-informed workshops, also known as Parenting Without Guilt, have become incredibly popular, and more sessions are being added to meet the demand from parents. Participation in the program has increased, as you can see. More adults and children are benefiting from the program, and we see that staying steady for the next year. The second early childhood project is the Social Emotional Learning Foundations, or SELF. In this one, it's targeting the children 5 and under to assist in the identification and long-range management of children with behavioral health issues. In 13-14, we contracted directly with Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools, who was in turn contracting with First 5. And in the RFP process for 14-15, we decided to contract directly with First 5 as Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools did not apply for the RFP. It just made sense for all agencies to do it that way. We didn't have any other applications for that project. And we don't foresee any changes with these ongoing activities for the children, play therapy and things like that. It's very successful. Next, we have our school-based violence prevention. This is we offer specialized programs to prevent bullying and to build awareness of bullying types of behavior. This is with our Center for Nonviolent Community, CNVC. Students participate in Girls Circle and Boys Council at Jamestown Elementary, and it builds confidence and self-esteem. In 13-14, we reached more than 450 students and faculty and staff. You see a very large increase in 14-15, and this is due mostly to an increase in bullying prevention workshops that CNVC is presenting. So they're doing school assemblies and leadership summits, so they're reaching a lot more kids and staff and teachers. The program's growing, as you can see, and we just started a Girls Circle Boys Council program at Sonora High this year, and they have more students than they can accommodate, so they're probably going to have to add another session for that too. Also, CNVC, Behavioral Health, and ATCA are working closely with Margie Balkin and Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools to address issues with school violence in our community. Next, we have our suicide prevention program, and this is through ATCA, which involves coordination and implementation of suicide prevention education, trainings, and resources for the community. We continue to reach hundreds of members through trainings, presentations, community events, marketing materials. We've done lunch and learn programs targeted specifically to primary care staff at doctors' offices and clinics, and they've been very successful. This year, we have 3 people already trained to provide youth mental health first aid services. And youth mental health first aid isn't specifically to teach to the youth, it's to teach to the people that work with the youth. So we're targeting teachers, preschool, anybody who deals with any child from the age of 0 to 18. Next, we have our older adult outreach. This is through Catholic Charities, providing outreach services to our elder population. The program has experienced some challenges because of staffing through Catholic Charities. So there's a minor drop in the numbers, as you can see, from 250 to 225. But a program coordinator was just hired there, so they have plans to get their program back on track. We also had some challenges in collecting measurable outcomes. So for 15-16, we introduced a patient health questionnaire, PHQ-9 survey. This helps to track depression symptoms, loneliness, so we'll have a better idea of how this program is working. Next, we have our Latino outreach, and this is targeted to our growing Hispanic population to provide information and support services, build awareness, and make referrals to behavioral health. In 13-14, this contract was provided by Mercedes Toon. She had 254 home visits and supported 36 families, so 96 unduplicated individuals. In the RFP process, we had another provider apply, and it was ATCA, and they were granted the contract starting in 14-15. Their program is ATCA Promotores de Salud, which is Promoters of Health, and they've been working hard to build awareness in the community. They're going to these You and Me events, which are coordinated with Head Start, and they're providing information with representatives from behavioral health, social services, public health, law enforcement, and whole families go to attend these events. They're very successful. About 100 people have attended each one. So far, there's been 2. And they also provide, we have been able to provide bilingual brochures about mental health services to the promotoras to hand out to their clients. Next, we have the Native American Outreach, and this is the program that provides culturally relevant services to the Native American community. And Tuolumne Miwok Indian Health Center reaches out to these members of the community by hosting sweat lodge ceremonies, informational events. They work with incarcerated Native Americans in the jail system, and they have had increased activity in their program as well. And we don't plan on making any changes for the 15-16 activities. They're going to continue doing what they've been doing. Next, we have the fostering healthy activities in a non-traditional setting. In 13-14, we contracted with Tuolumne County Public Health Department for the Be On Board Bob van, and over 70 students received services during that time. In 14-15, the Bob van was not offered, so our PEI fund for that project went unspent for the year of 14-15. In the RFP process, we found Jamestown Family Resource Center responded, and we granted a contract with them, and they are going to be helping our community in helping Jamestown Elementary School become a trauma-informed school. They will be the first school in the county that achieves this status. And that is possible through this funding because our funding will allow the staff there to be fully trained on trauma-informed behavior. They'll also be fostering the healthy activities by assisting kids who are at high risk of disciplinary action, suspension, expulsion, things like that. And we're very excited to be a part of this program and be able to track some really positive outcomes for you next year. Then we have the statewide PEI programs. This is 5% of our overall PEI budget. And there are three main categories here. One is suicide prevention. They're the ones that provide all of our materials for Know the Signs. You've seen the tent cards, the posters, flyers. And then we have a student mental health initiative. Directing Change is a contest for high school students to produce a 60-second public service announcement about suicide, stigma, or any mental health-related issue. Tuolumne County has not had a student submit a film in this category, so I'm working really hard to change that this year because Calaveras County had somebody win 2 years ago, so we want to make sure we get our students in there representing. And then finally we have stigma reduction, the Each Mind Matters campaign, and the Walk in Our Shoes play. And that play was very, very well received at Sonora Elementary and Jamestown Elementary in 13-14. And they didn't offer the program last year, but we have targeted this year to attend Columbia Elementary and Bellevue in February. Okay, that's it for our PEI. Now we have innovation, and innovation is a learning-based project. We're currently in our nearing completion of our second year of the Wellness One Mind, One Body project that focuses on the integration of mental and physical health care through coordination of the client's care. The first year was spent studying medication, side effects, and establishing partnerships with the primary health care providers. This year, we are introducing a dental component because we realize that that's a huge piece of the overall health care, and that was a glaring item that was missing. So we have a contract with county schools through Smile Keepers, and they're coming to the Enrichment Center to provide dental education, screenings, and ultimately they'll be able to do cleanings. She has a mobile dental hygiene unit. Hygiene unit, yes. Easy for me to say. And so those are taking place at the Enrichment Center, and people are very, very excited about that. They've been there twice this year so far, and it's been very, very well received. Next, we have our Workforce Education and Training, also known as WET. And our goal is to build our core competencies for all of our behavioral health staff as well as our community partners. We are always looking for more interns through our mental health loan appreciation assistance. So that program includes a loan forgiveness grant for up to $10,000 to repay student loans in exchange for a 1-year service obligation to work in our county. We had one-time funding that was allocated back in 2008 for WET, and we have expended those funds on all of our training. And we are allowed to move money from CSS to supplement our WET needs. Therefore, we are requesting a transfer of $100,000 to keep educating and training our staff in our community. Also new for this year, for 15-16, is a one-time grant that we gave to Health Lit Now. They are hosting an exploratorium of health careers, student workshops at, I think, all of the local elementary and high schools and even some of the independent charter schools. This targets the 7th to 9th graders. It's a nonprofit organization. They're educating kids about possible careers in healthcare. And we are finding that youth are leaving the county because they don't know of all the jobs that are available here. So we're hoping that if we educate them on potential careers that aren't just doctors and nurses, that maybe they'll realize that there are opportunities here for them to work here in the county. Then we have our capital, facilities, and technology needs. This is this year we're doing a renovation of the former long-term care building that's located in between Behavioral Health Building and the Enrichment Center. We plan on housing our FSP case managers and staff, as well as some additional MHSA admin staff. And the front of that building is Child Welfare Services for the Family Visitation Center. Also completing the installation of the perimeter fencing that went around the behavioral health campus. It's nearly complete. There's a few more areas, but it's almost completed. It's improved safety and reduced vandalism on the campus. One-time funding for capital facilities and technologies was issued back in 2008. And again, we need to transfer, in this case, to complete these projects, $250,000 from CSS. We have our permanent supportive housing. It remains consistent and stable with the Washington Street and Cabrini location housing a total of 11 severely mentally ill clients together. And this year we received some previously unspent funds from Cal HFA, and we're using these funds to assist FSP clients with transitional housing. We got just under $12,000, and it's been instrumental, and we have about 4 people housed using these funds right now who would have been homeless without this funding. So thank you for your time and attention. We respectfully ask that your board approve the MHSA annual update for FY 15-16 and to authorize the Behavioral Health Director and the County Auditor Controller to sign the certification for submittal of the plan to the state.
Any questions? Supervisor Handel.
I'm afraid this is going to come off more critical than I wanted to, because I know that behavioral health makes a big contribution to the community. You talk in here a lot about how many people you reach out and you touch, but you don't tell us what the results of that are, what the ultimate contribution to the county is, and I don't know if you even measure it, what I'd really like to know is, are we being successful? That isn't clear when I read this. Are we being successful in making a positive difference in people's lives? I think we are, okay, but I don't read that here, and I'd like to understand that. You don't mention Hope House. Is Hope House dead?
That's not us.
But we got to be making a difference. You talk about expansion of some things, but are we expanding because we need it, and what the need is? I just like to feel that like we're really making a positive difference in people's lives, and there's some success. And I don't really know how you measure it, but I'm asking you, can you give me any of that?
Supervisor Hanvelt, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. I would describe it as this. We have 3 primary components in behavioral health. We have our MHSA piece, we have a mental health piece, we have an alcohol and drug piece. Before 2004, the services were primarily reactive as opposed to proactive. Since Proposition 63, we've been able to build a program that is more proactive for the community as opposed to reactive. So we can get into various sectors that we were unable to get into before. It allows us to provide services at a level that an individual can receive that may help them at that particular point in time that otherwise they may require larger enhanced services. So they become a component of our system by where we may have to provide residential placement facilities for individuals. That relates to a higher cost on the system. Where we're spending the dollars up front so we can engage those folks so we don't have to engage on the back end. That's the way I would describe it at this time. To answer your question, are we successful? I would have to say that we've looked at the numbers of placements over the years. This particular program has allowed us to bring folks back into our community that were otherwise placed outside of our community at a lesser cost. Hugely successful. It allows for our caseworkers to engage these folks on a daily basis where being placed outside the county, yes, they are receiving services, but probably not at the level they're receiving today. So I would just focus on that one particular success story as opposed to others with respect to our ability to really engage on the front end as opposed to the back end.
Carl?
Yeah, I think my point would be it would be really nice if we could demonstrate that, okay, and know to what level we are achieving success. I don't even, we keep talking about the number of people we engage. I can engage a lot of people and have no positive impact on them. How do we measure what success is? And then it would be nice to be able to put that out there, because we are spending public money on this, and some significant amount of public money. And I think the public deserves to be able to be told that we're achieving success in some manner. And we ought to be able to measure that. So, again, I'm not questioning that we're achieving success. I just think that we ought to be better in being able to portray what that is and how we're doing against that metric.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, and that is a challenge, and how do we measure that? Thankfully, I sit on a couple of committees where I hear actually individuals talk about the success, with the Behavioral Health Committee, and certainly we had a presentation at the Yes Partnership last week where some high school students spoke very eloquently about how these programs had impacted their lives. But aside from that, I do, we have to be responsive in letting constituents know how we are measuring success. But I'm a little bit curious as to what you see as the challenges next year, and how we're going to address those. Again, I hear, we have a lot of conversations at the behavioral health meeting about especially challenges around drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and our inability to, we don't have enough resources, and how we're going to meet those challenges going forward, and how we're going to look for opportunities, maybe working with other counties, because some of these are very expensive, and the need to work collaboratively so that we can meet those challenges.
Supervisor, I'd just respond this way. Rita Austin, our behavioral health director, couldn't be here today. She's attending an opiate coalition meeting in Oakland today. We'd be happy to come back before the board to outline what types of challenges we see in the future for behavioral health and how we're going to attack those challenges. I would just say that Rita is very aware of those challenges before her department. She is keenly engaged with the state and her directors association within the state. We recognize that there are certain components about what we do in behavioral health that we might be able to do better and more efficiently. We are working those challenges as we speak. I know Rita's in ongoing conversation with our local jurisdictions next to us to try and exercise some of the options that may be available to us to regionalize some of our support activities, such as possibly telepsychiatry into the future. Finding a psychiatrist to do the work in behavioral health is becoming more and more of a challenge. Dr. Glover's been on board with our behavioral health department for a number of years, but he won't be here forever. He'll probably want to do some other things soon, and that'll task the system, and we've got to find a solution for that. So we would be happy to come back with a study session if it's your board's wish on some of those matters. Otherwise, we do recognize that we have some challenges, and we're working diligently to address those challenges.
And I see the department working very diligently, and I was aware of what you just, where Miss Austin is today. Just think it might be beneficial for the board to periodically hear, because the challenges are changing. And I think that behavioral health is really trying to adjust to meet those changes. But there are definitely some difficulties, and will be some significant challenges going forward.
Okay, so somewhere in the future, bring it back. Supervisor Royce?
Yeah. First of all, good report. There's a lot of information. I think it's very difficult. The points about measuring success, I appreciate that kind of effort, but it's very difficult to measure qualitative type of things. So, just something to say. But I'm very curious in how this is structured. I never realized this was from that 2003 or 4 ballot initiative and the millionaire 1% deal. And I was just looking at the numbers. Our MHSA budget is like $3.25 million. And so that's $325 million that's being taxed at 1%. How is the formula structured across the state? Does that come from our county, or does that come from like a statewide pot, and how's it divided up?
Yeah, it's a statewide pot, and it's based on population and Medi-Cal eligibility. So I actually have a list I could forward to the
There's a
board.
formula for that?
Yeah, they'd have the amounts that every county in the state gets.
Is there any information on how much every county in the state pays?
I don't know. I could ask.
Just curious where it
Yeah.
comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a good question.
Yeah, I was looking at the report. There's at page 13. We talk about psychiatric hospitalization. I think you start to have measurable numbers here. You got 71.3% decrease in the number of days spent in psychiatric hospitals. I think that's a good measurement. That's a good good positive thing, because I know a few years ago we were really dealing into some large costs on that. So whatever you're doing there must be working.
Right, and I apologize. That is in our full service partnership program, and I should have, that is in the plan. Thank you for pointing that out. I should have had it on a slide up here. So that does we do have a 71.3 decrease in hospitalization number of days hospitalized, and a 4% decrease in overall hospitalizations. From a prevention and early intervention standpoint, it's really difficult to track outcomes, because if we're preventing something, we really don't know what we've prevented. But we are working to more closely track the things we can on some of the programs we provide. And we do have, pre and post surveys for a lot of the people who attend some of the classes, and we can work on putting that more clearly in the plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Any public comment?
This is the second time I've seen Christy's presentation. I think she does a lovely job. And I've been here a few times for the little dog and pony shows, which are always really good. What I think you need to do for some of your feedback is to have contact perhaps with families, because I have contact with some families, and I've been participating in some groups to kind of see what's going on in this community, and they seem to be very frustrated. And when they have to hospitalize their family member, they go out of the county, and they have to pay cash out of pocket, $500, to have their family member transported to the mental health facility. And no one covers that fee. So then they have to come up with that kind of money, which can be a hardship. And then I see these things on the agenda, but it's kind of at the last minute. So I wish there would be kind of a heads up, or maybe we could organize some people that could come and speak to you about how they feel programs are working in this community. Because maybe then some family members could come and talk to you. And one of the frustrations I hear the most is a significant frustration with the sheriff's department. And I'm not a family member. I don't know what their interaction is, but I keep hearing the same things over and over again, and maybe you need to hear from them. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, bring back to board for a motion to approve the report.
Move to approve the report.
A first and second, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none, passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Good report. Clerk, please read our 11:30 appointment.
Presentation on the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau Annual Report.
Good morning. You have a couple handouts for you.
I can get you one.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about all the great things that the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau has been doing this last year. What you are being handed now is our annual report, and I wanted to point out a couple people before I move on. Anna Davies here is our Special Projects Coordinator at the Visitors Bureau and put this together, and it was great to be able to do this in-house piece and give you a nice overview of the past year. Additionally, in the audience, we have Shirley Sarno, who is our board president, and also Pat Newton, who some of you may know, who has been the office manager for 30 years at the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau and is retiring this next month. So if you get a chance, please thank her for all of her service over the years. So in this annual report, I just want to point out a couple things to you really quickly, and that is the travel spending that took place in 2014. It actually increased $9.5 million over 2013, which is a really great sign for us, and hopefully this next year we'll see an even larger increase. I also wanted to point out the Visitor Center part of the report, and one of the things that we are doing now is we are keeping our Chinese camp office open. It has, in the past, it's been closed during the winter months. Last year we left it open for 3 days every week, and we found that we were helping a lot of people who were concerned about road closures during the winter or different weather conditions, these types of things, and it really helped us to put them at ease and also capture a few room nights in the process. So this year what we're doing is we are leaving that center open 7 days a week so that we can help people as they come through. Last week I was in the office there on a Tuesday in November, and I checked out. I always look at the check-in sheet to see where people are coming from. There was 9 different parties had registered, and I'm just going to read to you where they were from. They were from Uruguay, the Ukraine, Thailand, France, Russia, South Africa, Sweden, Oklahoma, and California. So I think that's a pretty cool diverse population that we're seeing come through with our visitors. The next thing I'd like to do is we, once again, got a gold at the State Fair, as you probably know, and we do have a plaque to present. We actually have 2 plaques to present because we didn't get you one last year, I think, or something happened there, so we have 2 plaques. So Anna will present those.
For 2014.
All right.
And here's 2015. And I do have a gold ribbon for you also.
That's good work.
Volunteer
Thank you.
club's cool.
Thank you. Thanks for your support of that project.
There you go.
You got it? I think, shall I sit down for this next part on the PowerPoint?
It might be easier to
Okay. 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 So, can you all hear me?
Is it on?
Light on?
Now it is. Okay. All right. I wanted to talk to you about some of the new programs we introduced this last year. It's really important for us to have outreach with our partners locally, while obviously, you know, the majority of what we do is outside the area. It's important for us to build those partnerships. So we started PIT Stops, stands for Partners in Tourism. And the idea was just to visit places, open it up to the public for mostly our local residents and other businesses to come in and see these businesses that you might not have thought about in a while, or maybe you've never gone there, and to go ahead and connect people to these places that are right here in our backyard. Our Railtown one is the most fun example I like to use. Railtown seems really obvious to a lot of us, but we had a gal come and she had lived in Jamestown for 13 years and had never been there until our pit stop. So that was an interesting little lesson, I guess, for us, or gave us some good insight. The other thing that we did this last year is we had a tourism summit where we brought in Visit California representation, dogtrekker.com. We brought in Tim Zahner with Sonoma County Tourism to give an kind of an outside perspective. And it was a great success. We actually sold out. And again, we had a little event afterwards where we connected some of our local businesses with our partners as well. We've also started doing local familiarization tours with our staff, and what that is where we go and we visit and tour hotels and other properties so that we have a firsthand account of the hotels and what we're selling. And that's been a great outreach for us as well, and benefits our staff because we can sell it better, but also benefits the partners. We have a new membership database program that we have are putting in place, and that's to help us better track our communications with our members. And when something comes out in the newspaper or an article comes out, we can put that right in their database so that they get copies of that, and we will always have that for them. So it kind of shows them a little bit of the ROI. These are just some examples of some of the ads that we have run this past year. These are Via and Sunset Magazine ads, but these are not the ones that go in the print. These are actually online ads, and most of our advertising has multiple components these days, where if you buy a print ad, you're going to have another ad on a website. So that's what those are. And these ads, just to give you some more examples of ads that we've done, the one on the left is out of Sacramento Magazine. And this was for last December when they did a big promo on experiencing Yosemite in the winter. And it was a great tie-in with us trying to get people to come into our entrance of Yosemite National Park. And we also advertised with San Francisco Travel and also more locally with Berkshire Hathaway. Our message in that ad was, once you discover Tuolumne County, you won't want to leave. So trying to encourage those home buyers. We ran a really fun ad, and I think last year at this time I had Kevin, we were just getting started on doing this KNBR promotion. It was a lodging promotion, and it was really great. It was Follow Me to Tuolumne was a theme because that worked really well with radio, as trying to get people to say Tuolumne. And so the online, the on-air folks, they had a good time going back and forth on that one. The really cool thing about this, to me, was that the Giants were playing the World Series at the time. And our commercials actually played while they were airing the games on KNBR. So that was value added for sure, not something that we anticipated. So go Giants. So this is just kind of a silly slide to show you about marketing and the process and a cool thing that happened with us. Up at the top is a picture of a familiarization tour that we had. And part of that was John Hamilton from KGO Radio out of San Francisco. And 2 weeks later, he called me. I called him, actually. We were to be on the radio on live interview, and it was Tyler Somerset and I were both on. And that same Sunday, we also had an exhibit down at Menlo Park at Sunset Celebration Travel Show. And so people there actually had heard the interview earlier that day and saw us there and were so excited that they could get their information right now. They didn't have to wait to call in, but they could pick up their vacation planners and plan their trip. They were so excited. And so that kind of tie-in was a really fun concept for us, that seeing it turn around that quickly was really great. So I wanted to introduce you to Susan Wilson. This is Susan, our publicist. Susan is out there making great connections for Tuolumne County to journalists. She has worked in the media industry for many, many years and has really helped elevate our messaging out there about Tuolumne County. We are very much about, when you go to Yosemite, come through Tuolumne County. You don't need to go, down through Mariposa. We have so much more to do here. Before you get there anyway. She's helped us start a front door campaign, your front door to Yosemite. And we use Yosemite, of course, because of it being an iconic destination. But the really great thing is that we have so much to offer in conjunction with that. And so that's how we try to sell the county as a whole. This year is Yosemite's 125th anniversary. You may know that. On October 1st, there was a big celebration in the park, and they did a time capsule. And Karen from our office was able to go. And so in the time capsule, we put the Follow Me to Tuolumne license plate frame. and we put our vacation planner, and we also put a flash drive with photos. And I have no idea if they'll know how to use that in 125 years when this is open. So,
Probably not.
and while this is our annual report, I also wanted to tell you about some of the current things we have going on. I don't know if you have seen our commercial yet, but we have our commercial playing, and it's in the Sacramento and Central Valley markets. And it's been really great just hearing people's feedback who have seen it. If you haven't seen it, you can go onto our website, YosemiteGoldCountry.com, and it's on the front page there. We also did the San Francisco Chronicle insert, which you have in front of you. And that was a pay-to-play piece, so there was some editorial in there that focused on the different areas where they had advertising from. It's something that we'll probably do again, but have a little better communications with them up front. We also advertised in Adventure Sports Journal out of Santa Cruz and Adventure Outdoors magazine. The ad you see there, Tuolumne County, your front door to Yosemite and Gold Country Adventure, is the ads that we used in those publications. We're really trying to emphasize more of the recreation and outdoor activities that we have here, since they're so abundant. We're also working on Bay Area Travel Writers Media Tour. They will be here in April for about 3 days, 35 to 45 journalists exploring different parts of our county. We did our first ever, actually it's in the process, with Brand USA advertising in their Discover America Inspiration Guide, which is really great. It's translated into 10 different languages, goes to 13 different countries, and will be at all the international travel shows. And then, of course, the Super Bowl's coming up, and unfortunately, our Niners aren't in it, but it is going to be held in Santa Clara, as you might know, and there's some opportunity for us to do some promotions through either San Francisco Travel, who's one of our really great partners, or through the San Francisco Chronicle. And we are also doing an Every Kid in a Park campaign, and that is with the National Park Foundation. They have a program where fourth graders are getting to go free into the national parks, and that's through, and their families, and that's through August. And so we wanted to add something onto it. So right now Anna's working on a passport program that if they're coming to Yosemite, let's get them to spend some time here in our parks. So that will run again through August. And finally, this is a program we are right in the middle of a campaign. It's National Geographic Digital Nomad. And Robert Reed is the nomad that they sent here for about 9 days. First thing we did was get him up in an airplane with Courtney Aviation and had him fly over the county and the areas where he would be going over the next 9 days. And that included he's going to see the Bennett Juniper up on Highway 108, spent some time in Pinecrest, spent some time in Sonora, Columbia. He was in every part of our area, Jamestown, Groveland. He did an overnight hike with John DeGrazio of Y Explorer. They went out of Hetch Hetchy, and that's such an under-visited part of our county, so it was really fabulous to get him out there. And the whole time he was doing a lot of tweeting, and it's really fun to go back and read his tweets, and this is just one of them. He had some really great photography, too. It says, under the twisting junipers in Stanislaus National Forest off Highway 108. And then along with that, it's a multi-screen campaign. We get more advertising. So on the far right there is one of the ads that we have running on the National Geographic sites right now. Part of this was also a video that we get. I only have the rough cut right now, but we'll have the final version coming up. But it's a fantastic campaign that already we're seeing our website hits building from it. So we're excited to see how it goes the rest of the month. And that is really all I have for you right now. And I just want to thank you for your continued support and reinvesting in tourism marketing in Tuolumne County.
Okay, any board comments?
Yeah, I'd like to make note of a comment I think she made earlier. I think you said tourism in 2014 increased by $9+ million. Let me make note that that's the year after rimfire, when a significant portion of our county was largely off limits to residents and tourism. That's a remarkable achievement.
True. Good, sir.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
I want to comment on the media outreach, the ads and stuff. I think that's something that was long overdue, and it's nice to see it's out there. Also, the new presence in Groveland. I went by there the other day and seen all the stuff up, and so I think it's going to work out. But it looks like you guys are energized and doing a good job. And Pat, happy retirement, okay? 30 years is a long time. Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I got one more comment. I would like to congratulate Pat Newton on retirement. 30 years of dedication to Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau is remarkable, and don't want to go without saying that. I'm sorry that the organization says "Go Giants," and I know that doesn't fit with your leanings, but nor does it fit with the chairman. I know you two go at it, but
Pat, it's always next year.
But I want to thank you for your service. It's remarkable, and I didn't want to go without saying that publicly. It's important. You've done a great job, and we appreciate everything you've done.
Okay, anything else?
I didn't say this last night, but I wanted to. I would like to know when those several reporters are coming up, because I think we should clean up our county because it's filthy, and they should not see that.
April 22nd, 2016.
Because when you said Robert Reed was here, I thought, oh my God, downtown Sonora looks like a pigsty.
Well, he
we
had a
should
great
have cleaned
time in
it
Sonora,
up.
if it's any consolation. Thank you.
All right. With that, thank you, and we have time for 24 here. If I can find my agenda.
24 is consideration of reducing the fleet radio contingency account by $30,605 and increasing the radio vehicle account by the same amount for the purchase of the radio coordinator's truck.
Mr. Richardson.
Morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. The radio coordinator, Gabe Peterson, was here earlier. His vehicle, a 2003 Dodge Durango, has failed. It had a mechanical failure. The transmission went out on it when he was going up too many. He goes up to the hilltops to take care of our radio equipment. And he needs a very reliable vehicle because he operates on his own most of the time as he takes care of all our radio equipment. And so we were hoping to hold out until next year, but the car said otherwise. And so we need to replace it with a rugged 4x4 radio truck. We costed out. We took bids locally, and we're going to end up purchasing off the state vehicle contract, and for a total cost of almost $30,000, just over $30,000. In order to fund this, we'll take it out of the radio fleet contingency account and transfer it. Propose to transfer into the vehicle account within that fund. So. We want to make sure that this is a safe. Every time, Gabe goes up to a mountaintop, he texts me before he goes up, texts me when he comes back, because he's a one-man operation. Safety is important for this
All right. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I just got to say, during the rim fire, I remember specifically one of the hilltops, he went up, and there was flames going all around him, and he did that a few times, and you can't have that vehicle breaking down in those situations.
Was that Burnout Ridge, I believe it was? Something like that.
That was Duck Wall. He went up.
He was able to radio it.
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to ask if it was Duckwall, and yes. The areas we're sending this vehicle to are incredibly steep, very rugged, and as somebody that travels in that area, I know how you beat your vehicles up, being very careful and cautious, going slow. You still have huge maintenance issues, so we need to be sure he can at least get out there and back.
Okay. Any public comment? Any more board comment? Back for a motion?
I'll move on recommendation.
Second.
First and second. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Can we do have time to do 25? I think we should do 25.
Okay, 25 is the second reading and consideration of adopting an ordinance amending Title 16 of Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by repealing and replacing 16.09, 10, 11, 12, and 22 to clarify the existing procedures and adding a new section 1622.080 to establish provisions for the expiration of applications.
Ms. Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. 2 weeks ago, we presented an ordinance to you to make some minor changes to your land division section of the county ordinance code. Those changes are to update the sections to be consistent with the Subdivision Map Act and also to provide clarification of existing procedures, as well as to add one new provision which would address the expiration of applications. At your last meeting, you did waive the first reading, and today I'm asking you to adopt that ordinance.
All right, any questions from the board? This is second reading. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board.
I'll move to adopt the ordinance amending Title 16 based on findings A through D.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none. Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
With that, we'll go ahead and have lunch. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
I wished.
Before we get started, Supervisor Boyce wants to say something.
Yeah, as usual, I will be recusing myself due to Government Code Section 87-100 for the CDBG items because my business participates with the county revolving loan program.
Thank you. Okay, looks like we're ready.
Good afternoon, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. I do have my regular voluntary sign-in sheet for anybody who is attending this public hearing, and written comments regarding the county CDBG program can be addressed to the county administrative office. So we have 3 separate public hearing items today. The first one, as you just heard, was about the 2015 drought lateral program. Now, your board approved an application on the 20th of October that actually covered the full $2 million that they expect to be the new maximum on this program. However, at the time, when they officially issued the notice of funding availability, the original cap was $750,000, and so the advertisement for the public hearing just had that limit in it, and we couldn't have a resolution that was higher than the amount that had been advertised. So what the state told us to do was go ahead and have the application be up to the full $2 million, but then we would have to have a separate public hearing in order to adopt the resolution that would allow us to go up to the full $2 million. So that's what we're doing today.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anybody from the public wish to speak? Bring it back to the board for any questions. I think we all pretty much understand what we're doing. Close the public hearing? Okay.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay. We have first and second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Next item.
The second item is about...
I'll read the second.
We'll let the clerk read.
Public hearing to consider approving the community development block grant supplemental projects for the 2016 grant cycle.
Right. So your board recently approved the applications that would be included in the 2016 grant application for the community development block grant, or CDBG cycle. The activities that you picked were housing stabilization at $250,000, food bank public services at 250, and then the Jamestown tank and transmission line for $1.5 million. Now, that gets you up to the $2 million maximum that any jurisdiction could receive. Now, in addition to that, as part of the application cycle for 2016, the board can elect to choose what they call supplemental projects. Now, this was invented in July 2014. It never existed in CDBG before, but they had a rule change relative to program income reuse funds, which said that your reuse funds have to be used before any open grant funds. Now, the effect of that was that, say you had $1 million grant, and during the life of that grant you received $100,000 in reuse funds, then you would have to spend those reuse funds in lieu of your open grant funds for those activities, and if you had no supplemental activity, you would just leave $100,000 at the state. So this was the mechanism whereby jurisdictions could go back and recapture those grant funds and use them for something else. Now, you have done supplemental projects before. In the late summer of 2014, in order to spend down the big payoff that we had gotten from Evergreen Lodge and the other money that had been in the account, you allocated funds for a number of projects for supplementals at that time, and those went into the Rush Creek grant. Now, that grant will have expired right around the time that a contract for a 2016 application would begin, which is about the beginning of 2017. So all the supplementals that you approved last time would all be completed by then. So if you don't authorize new supplemental activities for your 2016 application, any money that you get in during the life of your 2016 grant, which is about 2.5 years, you just basically lose that. So the new mechanism lets you pick activities but not set a budget. So at this point, you would just be selecting where you might want those funds to go. You can choose up to 3. And that would allow you to continue some programs that you are currently funding, but as of 2017 will not be funded at all. So, for instance, that includes your small business revolving loan fund that we've been operating for 20 years. If you don't have that as a supplemental in your 2016 application, then that program will end. Same thing with homeless services and Meals on Wheels. Your current allocation for those activities will end, and there is no plan to do any future payments on those. Now, you could certainly consider other activities. Most activities that are eligible under the regular program, which are housing, public works, public facilities, economic development, public services, most of these will be eligible, but you probably won't have a lot of money. Maybe about $200,000. So anything big, you're not going to be able to do. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know this is a little complicated.
How much money are we talking about?
We're anticipating about $200,000 over the life of the grant. Yeah.
Is there a deadline for when we have to pick a project?
Well, it has to be part of your 2016 application. So,
Now it is. Okay. So the question was, is there a deadline?
There isn't a specific deadline. It just has to be in time so that it can be incorporated within that new application, and we're starting writing that now.
Okay, so approximate deadline.
It would be nice if we could get it by the end of the year.
Okay. One more meeting. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Any questions?
Well, I'd just like to hear from the public if there are any ideas. I mean, it's supposed to be a public hearing, I think.
All right. I'll open the public hearing. Anybody from the public wish to come forward with any specific projects to use of this money? Okay. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, all three of the programs that she listed that we've funded in the past are all really good programs. I think they're essential, if you will. I can't think of a more appropriate word for the continuity of the good services we provide, and so I would recommend that we continue those three programs.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Was that in the form of a motion?
Do you need a motion?
If you're going to select them, yeah.
Okay, then I move we do those three.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and second. Any more board discussion? All right, bring it back to the board for a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Okay,
Clerk.
sorry.
Please read the third item.
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution to approve the updated community development block grant application business assistance loan program guidelines.
Right. As I mentioned, we have been operating this small business revolving loan program since 1994, so over 20 years now, and we've done 60 some odd loans at this point. Periodically, the state updates their sample guidelines, and they require that all jurisdictions operating these programs adopt new guidelines in substantial confirmation with theirs. So what you have before you is an update that incorporates the new changes that the state included in their change, and these have been approved by the county's Small Business Revolving Loan Committee on the 4th of November. And highlights of these are that the minimum loan amount will be $35,000. The maximum loan amount, which had been $250,000, will go up to $300,000. The interest rate will be determined on a case-by-case basis. The loan terms are the same as basically what we've been doing, which is for working capital, it's normally 5 to 7 years. For equipment, it can go up to 10, and for property, it can be up to 25. We do startups. We do try and collateralize the loans 100%, although depending upon the job creation and the owner's experience and credit history and some other things, it can be less than that. Public benefit is a CDBG thing that says that at a minimum you have to create one full-time permanent job per $35,000. They had a little change that said that you might be able to go up to 50, but it was very complicated to be able to use that and risky if you didn't comply with all the requirements, so the committee didn't recommend that. The other new thing that the state suggested as an alternative is what they call area benefit. Normally, loans are approved based on the jobs created for lower income people. All loans have to create jobs, 51% that go to lower income people. Now, there is a possibility to do what they call area benefit, where instead of qualifying the individual jobs, it's based on the community that the business serves. But it was a very complicated process, and the committee did not recommend that either. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about it.
Any particular questions? I'll open up the public hearing. Any public input, comment on this? I'll close the public hearing, seeing no one.
Quick question. I believe I know the answer to this, but Terry, could you, these funds are not available if you were starting up a loan within the city limits. Could you?
That's right, because the city of Sonora is independently eligible for the program.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we approve the attached resolution updating the business loan program guidelines.
Second.
All right, first and second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 4-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk, please read item number 4.
consider, it's a public hearing to consider Crowther's special ordinance amending Section 170602 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Lance and Deborah Crothers own a 5.8-acre parcel that is located at 20709 Green Acres Road in the Mona Vista area. The property is currently zoned residential estate 5-acre minimum and open space. The open space zoning was approved by the Board of Supervisors in 1990 as mitigation for the impacts associated with the land division project which created the project site. The Crothers would now like to build a 4,000 square foot garage shop along their northerly property boundary in an area that's currently zoned open space. That area does have a cleared site on it, and the PG&E easement runs through that portion of the property. As such, they would like to be able to build their project in that site, but the open space zoning doesn't allow for construction. So they have proposed to exchange an area of open space for another area on their property. The area is encompassing 4/10 of an acre, and the area that's proposed for open space zoning in exchange for the area in which they'd like to develop is along the westerly property border and features oak woodland, and the habitat value is substantially higher than the area where they want to build, which, as I mentioned, is currently impacted by grading that has already been done some time ago and the PG&E easement. While we were processing this application, we did receive one letter from a neighbor that was concerned not about the exchange of the open space zoning, but rather about the construction of the 4,000 square foot garage. The concern was that there might be a commercial business operating out of that building in the future. Just as a reminder, we do allow home occupations or cottage industries in all of our zoning districts. So if they do choose to use that building in the future for a business, it must comply with the county's home occupation standards. And so there is an opportunity to regulate it in that regard if there are neighborhood concerns. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on November 4th to consider this item. After hearing from the property owner's representative and hearing no opposition, the Planning Commission has recommended approval of the zone change by unanimous vote.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Shane? It's a public hearing. Does anyone want to speak in favor of this project? Anyone want to speak against?
Isn't it your district?
It's
Oh,
you.
it is my district.
Yeah. So, no one wishing to speak, I close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Actually, you forgot to ask for neutral comment before closing the public hearing?
Yeah, but when nobody spoke in favor, I guess, okay, anybody want to speak in neutral, really doesn't care either way.
Well, since you made a big deal about solicitation of public comment, I will tell you I don't care.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Really?
All right, now it's closed. Bring it back to the board.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval of the proposed zone change based on findings A through D.
Second.
We have a first and second. Bring it back for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Clerk, please read item number 5.
This is a public hearing to consider Mellor, the special ordinance amending Section 170602 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Ms. Shane.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jeff and Sandy Mellor is asking for your support today to rezone their 30-acre parcel that is located at 21881 Ball Mountain Road. The property is currently designated large lot residential by the general plan, which has a density standard of 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. The project site is currently zoned RE10, which also has a density of 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. That zoning limits development to 1 house per parcel, so they are only allowed to build 1 house on their 30-acre parcel. They would like to build 2 homes on the property. And as such, they would ask for your support to rezone the property from the RE10 to a general agricultural 20-acre minimum. The A20 zoning does allow 2 homes when the parcels is a minimum of 20 acres with the same density restriction of 1 unit per 10 acres. As we processed this parcel or this project, we received no written comments concerning it. We did receive a call from one neighbor who had a few questions. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered this item in a public hearing on November 4th, and after hearing from Mr. Miller asking for the commission's support and hearing no opposition, the Planning Commission has recommended approval of this project by unanimous vote.
Any questions for Ms. Shane? Okay, this I'm going to open up the public hearing. Does anyone wish to speak in favor of this project? Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone neutral? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. I believe this is...
Yeah, I'll move recommendation approval of zone change RZ 15-011 based upon findings A, B, C, and D.
Second.
First and second. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we have a 2:30 or 2 o'clock appointment. How long will it take to do setup and stuff?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead. We didn't do 26? All right. Mr. Pedro, do you want to go first on reports? No report. No report. Okay, that makes it good. Mr. Hamel?
Well, you got the brief report earlier in another item about the dead and dying tree issues in the task force in Sacramento yesterday. I also attended the Sustainable Forest Action Coalition meeting on Friday, where they are attempting to influence the forest planning, if you will, in California Region 5. And just point out to you one thing that's very clear to me is that in Region 5, we keep hearing that they want to increase scope and scale of the forest management activities, and particularly the landscape treatments. But in virtually every forest in Region 5, they are downgrading their harvest plans and their treatment plans. They're not doing that. So there's a problem there, and we can see that in our own. And the reason I'm bringing that up is it impacts the long-term viability of the infrastructure that we currently have operating in the state. And that is showing itself in the dead and dying tree issue. So I've been supporting SFAC, Sustainable Forest Action Coalition, in attempting to encourage the Forest Service to, one, maintain the existing infrastructure and look at how they increase infrastructure to deal with the problem and mitigate the potential for the wildland fires that we're seeing everywhere. And we're seeing it on SRA, as we all know, as well as the federal lands. In a report.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Just a quick comment to piggyback on Supervisor Hanvelt's comment. Forest Service operates significantly different. I have this from Forest Service individuals in the state of California than they do in other western states. And I think it's time for us to understand why that is.
All right. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, and it's a comment in the same vein. On the 10th, we had our Natural Resource Committee meeting, and a lot of the discussion centered around the biofuels industry and how we are rapidly losing infrastructure, and the necessity that we actually be advocating on behalf of biofuels and how we keep those plants in place and actually increase that infrastructure. And so I will be discussing that more when we look at our legislative platform, so very specific to that topic. And I would remind everyone that the Vision Sonora meeting that was scheduled for the 26th has been rescheduled, since that is Thanksgiving, for December 17th. at 9 a.m. at the City Sonora Hall.
Thank you. Supervisor Royce.
No report.
Right, Clerk? Okay, on November 6th, we had a town hall meeting in Groveland. We had a little over 200 people attend the meeting. The major topic was crime and law enforcement, and I think we had a real good meeting, a lot of suggestions. The sheriff was there. He fielded a lot of real hard questions and gave some good answers and some solutions to some of the problems we're having in the South County. And I know we have an uptick of crime throughout the county, and it is being addressed. We'll have another town hall meeting probably in 3 or 4 months in Groveland to go over the things that have been done. There is an improvement right now that I've noticed even prior to having the community meeting. So looking forward to seeing more success in lessening the crime rate in that area. With that, that's my report. County Council, would you like? No report. Okay. So we've got 6 minutes. Are you guys ready to go? We'll wait till 2 o'clock before we get started. And with that, we'll take a short 5-minute break.
Okay.
And will the clerk please read our 2 o'clock appointment?
This is consideration of directing staff regarding the formation of a medical marijuana work group, allowing the mobile deliveries of medical marijuana pursuant to the Medical Marijuana Regulations and Safety Act, referring an ordinance amending the Uniform Zoning Ordinance to address medical marijuana to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, and a first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 1.10 with regards to the enforcement of violations of Chapter 17.67.
Okay, just get started. Could I see a show of hands on how many people are going to wish to speak today during public comment? Okay. I'm asking this up front so that to give you time to gather your thoughts, because I'm going to limit the public comment period to 3 minutes for each person. So last time I had a little difficult time sticking to it, but this time I promise we'll stick to the 3 minutes. And so give you some time to think about what you're going to say. All right, Ms. Carrero.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Gray, members of the board. I'm Sarah Carrillo, County Counsel. I'm going to present this topic with Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drifdahl. Sure. How does it go? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. There are other staff and officials in the audience who also may wish to address some items as we go through this presentation. And as your board knows, Mr. Drifdahl and I were before you at your last board meeting presenting information related to the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act. And your board gave staff direction to address the following, which we will discuss today. Formation of a working group to address local regulation of medical marijuana, mobile deliveries, bringing forth a zoning ordinance to create an express ban on cultivation and distribution, pending the working group recommendation, and bringing forth an ordinance related to enforcement of the express ban. As you know, the last meeting included a motion that was a bit complicated. So in an effort to make this somewhat less complicated, given the variety of topics we're going to be addressing today, we're going to address each topic, seek direction from your board, and then move to the next topic. So we advise that your board allow public comment on each specific item, but make sure it's related to that item only.
All right, and I'll look at guidance from council to help me with that.
Thank you. We also want to note that this is a very complex issue. The law continues to evolve, and we understand that there may be legislation to legalize the recreational use of marijuana set for the November 2016 election. So as a result, my office will definitely keep abreast of all the changes in the law, and we know that this is really just the start of the conversation with your board. As the law continues to evolve, we will continue to bring matters back to your board, seeking further direction on which direction you would like to take. So the first topic that we want to discuss with your board is the working group. On November 3rd, your board directed staff to return with an agenda item related to creating a medical marijuana working group. And here's a few of the items we'd like to discuss. Your board indicated you wanted the group to be between 7 to 9 members, including Supervisor Royce. We'd like to know if your board's interested in having a second board member on that committee. We also want to discuss the representatives because your board indicated you would like members of the public to be on the committee, including members of the qualified patient primary caregiver representatives, as well as those of concerned citizens like neighbors who spoke at the last hearing. We also want to know what county staff is required to support this working group. We envision that that would include people who are going to be involved in the regulation and enforcement. That would include CRA, Sheriff's Office, Ag Commissioner, our office, potentially Public Health. So we want to know if there's anybody else that your board thinks would be important to have. And we would like to discuss how to fill these positions. Normally, we would go through the notice of vacancy and accept applications, and then your board would appoint. But what we want to know is if you would like certain positions designated to represent certain populations, or if you just want a certain number of public participants. And then last, we want to discuss with your board a start date. We won't know if any ballot measures actually qualify for the November election until late May, early June. And knowing that language will assist in shaping the work plan for the working group. We also want to ensure that staff and your board have enough time to review that language and then for the board to provide further direction to this working group before we commence work. That's why we recommend that work start in June at some point. And in the meantime, the clerk can post a notice of vacancies and staff can continue to be engaged in the dialogue and the conversation about this topic. So at this point, we would ask if the board has any questions for us.
Okay, can you go back to the first slide? That'll yeah, okay, medical marijuana working group. So go, that's what we're going to be discussing right now. So any questions to the staff, suggestions? Supervisor Hanveld.
Yeah, Ms. Curio, I've heard numbers like up to a dozen different potential items to be on the ballot. Is it possible we could have multiple and conflicting items on that ballot?
It's possible we could have a couple, probably not that many that would actually qualify. My understanding is that there's really one ballot initiative right now that has the resources behind it to qualify, but certainly there could be a couple.
That would complicate our issue. Okay, just curious.
Okay.
And one other quick question. With the legislation that was recently passed, guidelines for that were going to be out late spring, early...
No, the guidelines for the Medical Marijuana Regulation Safety Act will not be out until January of 2018. The state agencies will start working on them immediately.
Okay, so we're going to try to stick to the formation of the working group right now, if we can. Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, just a question about process. How are we going to deal with public comment? Are you going to take public comment on each individual item?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds like a lot of work.
Well, it does. This is a serious matter. Okay, so the comment that I listed some things here that of people that obviously should be on the group. I've got the Sheriff's Department, District Attorney, the Public Defender, CRA, possibly the Tax Assessor, possibly the Tax Collector, County Council, County Administrator's Office, Health Officer, Medical User, a cooperative owner. And when I start going through all these lists, the number grows. So what are we going to do? You know, how do we refine that down to a workable group? I don't think 15 people is going to be a workable group. So can we have a core and then bring the other people in?
Absolutely. So in terms of staff, the staff doesn't have to be on the committee, but will certainly, some staff will probably be there at every single group meeting, and as needed, we can bring in other departments that have information relevant to what the discussion is.
Okay, so now we need to decide who are going to be the official members of that committee. We started with Supervisor Royce.
Can I chime in?
Well, of course.
An idea. We've got a couple different ways we have committees. We have committees where we have representatives of different stakeholder interests and so forth that are voting members, and then we have like policy advisory committees where there's 2 supervisors, they're the voting members that make recommendations, and then there's representatives that are there for representation, but they're not necessarily voting members. All the entities that you named or the individuals you named are important kind of viewpoints, I think, that play a role here, but I don't think we want to have every staff member showing up every time, like you said.
Right.
I don't want to invest that kind of resource into this. And so what I'm thinking is maybe just have 2 supervisors be the voting members. Keep it simple. I would like to be the chair of it, volunteer for that. And I don't know if anybody else has an interest to be on here. But it is going to be, these are going to be public meetings, so I think anybody can show up, and I would encourage people to show up. And there's probably going to be different agendas as it progresses, addressing different items during the course of the committee work. So, I mean, that's an easy way to deal with it. I don't know if that works,
comment?
but does that make sense?
Yeah, I'd just maybe offer an alternative, but I'd also like to hear from the public on how they'd like to maybe see this committee fleshed out. But I think if you have pick a number 7 or 9, I think is probably in the ballpark. I do think we need to have 2 supervisors on it, and I really don't care who chairs it. But I also think that if we're really going to have public input, it needs to be a little bit more. My personal view is it needs to be a little bit more than just showing up at meetings and making statements and stuff. I'd like to see some people that are in the stakeholder groups or representing the stakeholder groups that we outlined before that actually have direct input to this board on where we go in the future. I mean, we're talking, this is a very complex subject, and so I think we risk looking like we're more of a not as much open government if it's just 2 supervisors deciding what's going to come back to the Board of Supervisors.
I would agree. I think that 2 supervisors on the committee is a good idea, but I think the stakeholders, everybody should have a say in it. The final word is going to be with the Board of Supervisors anyway. So that would be my preference.
I'm good. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so now we've got 2 supervisors. Now we got to build from there. So
Can we do 7, not 9?
Supervisor
I'm
Gray.
telling you, a committee process is a pain in the butt. It's very difficult to herd cats.
Let's see what the public has to say.
Yeah. Okay, so you've heard a few things that we've said here, and you'll probably hear some more, so I'm going to give the public an opportunity to speak, give us their opinion. You have 3 minutes on this subject. So I'm going to open up the public comment period for this.
Greetings to the board. My name is Paul McNall, advocate of just about everything. I would like to see, and part of this stakeholders would be the veteran sector, because I'm a veteran, and there are a lot of them in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eli Elder, and I just wanted to say that I'm in support of forming this committee, and that I think that we need several community stakeholders that actually get a vote. And I'm curious to know, like, how you guys decide which will receive a vote and which will not on the committee.
The idea put forward right now is that if there's 7 members, 7 people would vote.
I'm a member of the public, and I'm in favor of Dr. Renwick being on your committee. And I was kind of envisioning it to start with as kind of a citizens advisory group where you could have a room full of whoever wanted to participate and then kind of see where that goes and maybe narrow it down a little and then go to this point. Because you may get kind of a consensus from the community of what they might want in a less formal setting. Thank you.
Okay, I think, my opinion, the board, please speak up if you wish, is that it gets back to what Supervisor Royce said about herding cats. When you get too broad a group to start with, it becomes more complicated. The public will be there, be able to talk. Yes, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Sarah Herron, and I want to say, first of all, thank you for putting this board together finally. I think it's been a year or better since we talked at the Planning Commission about it, so I appreciate that you're doing it now. And I really hope that maybe you should maybe looking at each district, making sure you get somebody from each district, because it's different in every district. You know, that might be a way to go. But I just want to say that I appreciate that you're doing it. And
okay, next.
My name's Mike St. Savor. I've lived here for better than 10 years now. I like the idea of forming your board, but I'd like to have some people on there that actually had an interest in what's going on. People with a medical marijuana card should make up at least half the board. Those are the people being affected. You guys that aren't medical marijuana patients, you really have no direct experience as to what you're talking about. You know, you're just making rules.
Okay.
So have some people on there that it's actually going to affect.
Right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, so I'm going to bring it back to the board so that we can give staff further direction on after we've heard from the public. Supervisor Royce.
Here's a list of some people that I think might be interesting. I like the idea of a doctor. Dr. Renwick's viewpoint was very interesting, has dealt with it that way. I'd like somebody who has experience with dispensaries that understands that side of it. A patient. I was thinking like a neighbor that's had problems with it. Somebody from law enforcement. Somebody from CRA, code compliance, because that's what we're talking about is land use. And then 2 supervisors. I think that's 7. We can build off that or switch that around, but.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah,
that's 8.
What I would recommend is that staff not count in the 7. I think that their advisory.
Yes.
That would leave them in an independent advisory role as opposed to being in a position of taking places. I think 2 members from the medical marijuana, either care provider or patient. I like the idea of having a doctor, and I think 2 people from the community that have concerns in the area of cultivation and those things, along with the 2 supervisors. So that would be 2, 2, 2, and 1 would be my preference.
Supervisor Brennan.
And that makeup is fine with me. I would like to remind the audience that these would be Brown Act meetings, I believe, and as such would be noticed, and audiences, people could come and listen and give their opinion.
Supervisor Hanville.
I like that last suggestion. I think it's a balance. But I would also like to make sure you get input from our Dr. Ortiz, because she will live with staff.
She'll be a staff person directly involved. I guess that what we're saying is anybody that is employed by the county becomes staff, and everybody else is, except the supervisors, will be voting. Is that clear enough for?
That is, and I think that, I don't know if the clerk has more detailed information, but otherwise we would do the normal process of posting a notice of vacancy and accepting applications. And at some point at a later date, we will come back to your board for the formal appointment to the committee.
Okay, yes, we would ask for application. Okay.
The only thing I would request is when people are filling out their applications that they indicate on the top section which category they're applying under. And that'll make it clear for the board members when they're appointing.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I've got a recommendation, unless she wants to demur that Supervisor Brennan be our other board representative on the committee.
That's fine.
Okay, that's fine with me. One less thing to do. And we've got Supervisor Royce. Go ahead.
So the formation, the composition that you're talking about sounds okay. I am concerned about the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
It's farther out than I anticipated when we first talked about this, much farther out. And I'm going to allude to the next item. I don't want to get off the agenda here for the chair, but the temporary ordinance being in place that long is not what I had in mind. So I would actually prefer to start work on this sooner. I know you're concerned about staff time and so forth, which I completely understand. But I think there's a lot of issues that can be dealt with. I think putting it on ice for that long is going to, I just don't think it's what I had in mind. So I would either, so kind of my support of the ordinance in the temporary time period is kind of contingent upon the timeline of this, is kind of how that was set up.
We're not there.
Sure.
Yet,
but it affects how this item moves forward and what we choose to do with this. So that's why I'd like to bring it up in that context.
Okay. But not for the makeup. What we're looking at is the working group. If we can agree upon the working group. We haven't talked about timelines.
Well, I did include a start date. And really, I mean, I want to stress again that I don't want to do unnecessary work. And that's not just for me, but for your board, for the public, because it is possible that whatever legislation comes forward would remove a local jurisdiction's ability to make decisions on this. So to me, that doesn't seem to be a good use of anyone's time until we know what that legislation is going to look like.
That's true.
And that's what I was envisioning, is that we need to know what we will actually be grappling with. And at this point, I'm not sure that we have enough information to know what the parameters are going to be. And so I envisioned something starting when we saw that in June.
Right.
So is this group being proposed to work on medical marijuana or recreational marijuana? Because the ballot initiatives we're talking about is related to recreational marijuana.
Right. I think it's going to be both, but it will depend. So certainly it can include what your board is going to discuss later. But if you want to really get your heads and your minds wrapped around it, we want to include whatever potentially happens with recreational. And we know that we have a deadline coming because we have to know if they get the signatures and they qualify for the ballot by the end of May. So we'll know something in June.
So my viewpoint is what we choose to do here will be representative of what we want to do no matter what the ballot initiative is.
Well, the ballot initiative could potentially remove your ability to have control. So if your board has no jurisdiction to have certain controls, it takes it away from your board, then we don't have the ability to act on those things.
So the problem is the ordinance that we're talking about adopting is going to be in place until we do something here for that period of time.
Right, and I don't want to get too much into the talk about the ordinance, but the ordinance is the status quo. It's just explicitly stating what the status quo is. And I know we'll get into that a little bit more later, but it doesn't really change the framework of what is currently going on in the county.
So I'll just say this for now, and then we can deal with it when we get to the ordinance. I think that the ordinance needs to be looked at a little bit more. I think that this working group should have a chance to look at the ordinance. I don't want to spend 6 months doing that. But I think, we are concerned about staff time. I'm very sympathetic to that concern, but we've already put a lot of work into this. I just want to make sure that the community's concerns are also met in the interim while we wait for 8 months to go by and figure out what's going to be there, plus another, it's going to be months for the committee to do its work. By the time we get back to here, it's going to be over a year, I would assume. And so whatever we adopt, we're going to live with. So I'll leave this part at that. If we can we leave the start date up in the air until we address some of these other issues?
You can.
Yeah, we certainly can do that. So we're in agreement with the formation of the group, as I believe Supervisor Rutherford came up with it, and everybody agreed on. Do we need a motion on that particular item?
You can if you want, or it can be consensus. But what I just want to make sure that I understand what you want.
Okay.
You want 2 representatives from qualified patient primary caregivers, 1 doctor, 2 community concerned citizens, such as neighbors, and then the 2 board members will be Supervisor Royce and Supervisor Brennan.
Let me clarify the doctor, since I was the one that said it. I think it ought to be a doctor that is currently working with qualified medical marijuana patients.
Okay, so we're all clear on that. Everybody's all right with that.
We're clear.
Okay.
So is your board then going to direct the clerk to go ahead and send out those?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay, so that application will be called for, they'll be posted, and then at a later date, we'll appoint. Okay, so can we go to, yes?
I understand you're getting consensus. I understand where you're coming from, Supervisor Rutherford. But you have, so if my math is correct, graduating from USC, you've got 3 people that are proponents, 2 people that are not, because you got 2 neighbors. You got a doctor who is a proponent, right? A medical doctor who is in favor of.
Can I add
Well, I'm just trying to clarify. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I just want to, if we're going to vet this out, then let's do it in a way that we have both sides of
we don't want a bias either side. So maybe the number 7 isn't enough. Maybe it's 9. I don't know.
I have a suggestion of one possible addition would be somebody from the Yes Partnership, because they're very involved in this issue and coordinated with the schools.
I think we have left out the schools.
Pardon?
We did leave out the schools.
We did. Mm-hmm.
So maybe we've gone to a manageable 9.
I think that a smaller number is appropriate. But I guess my comment should be this. We just have to be careful on how, who is on there. Because, everybody in this room knows my stance, okay? And that's fine. And I'm not a voting member of this. But we also have, we just need to make sure that it is fair beyond all measures. That there's no bias, or there's nothing coming in that decisions have already been made, or a vote when it was taken, it was an actual clear conscious vote that, okay, this is the direction that we are suggesting to the board. So you have an opportunity to make the best decision possible.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I do believe, and I don't know how I managed to forget it, but I do believe that the schools ought to be involved. I would recommend that we include somebody that is appointed by Margie Balkan, our school superintendent, and that makes it 8, and that makes it a challenge for whoever the chairman is. But I think that's that's the way it goes.
Eight's an even number.
I know, that's,
I would suspect somebody from the schools would be better as a staff person that can show up just for that particular component to it. And
if you,
that would be my recommendation. I think it's going to be up to the board to make appointments that do justice to the process, and you have people that are pragmatic. I think what the sheriff's saying, it's really up to the individuals that are going to be on here. I mean, we've got kind of a framework for representation, but we're going to make appointments, and those people need to be reasonable, reasonable individuals with common sense.
However, I do think we need somebody, part of this committee, that does understand the dynamic of what youth are facing and what the implications are to schools. And so I would advocate for.
By no means am I trying to say that there are patients out there that don't need this medicine. There's no doubt. I completely agree with that. But what I am saying is that I don't want to go down a road where we confuse the medical issue of it and the recreational issue. And that's my fear. I understand that the medical issue is here, and I support that, but I do have a problem when people try to confuse the two and bring them together. And that's what I don't want this to happen. And I think that sometimes, because we all have biases and prejudices, those sometimes come out. And it's going to be very incumbent upon whoever the supervisors are in this voting board to look beyond those things. So
I agree.
Okay. Are we in agreement? Supervisor Hanvelt.
Look, I share the sheriff's concern. The recommendation when it comes from this committee, however the committee is finally established, which we'll obviously select that at a future meeting probably in December, I would charge the committee that they need to, when they come back with a report, to give us a balanced report and how they've dealt with all of the questions, both pro and con, on this thing. I want to thoroughly vet the issue because I want to make the right decision. And for all parties concerned.
Okay, so where are we with the committee makeup? And I'll let you two speak in a second here.
I prefer an odd number with 7. It's easier to do business. I think the school viewpoint is very important, but I think it's similar to a staff position. If you look at law enforcement, if you look at the DA, it's the same type of role. The health officer, they're going to be dealing with providing information to the committee that we're going to be able to process. So I think it's going to be a difficult subject as it is. Don't make it any more difficult making it an odd number with more people. That's my view.
I can go along with that, but I want to emphasize that if it's a significantly split vote, that there's a minority report as well as a majority report.
Fair.
Okay, we can do it with that. Will that work, Sherry?
Yeah.
Okay, but we want to make sure that we solicit the staff from the schools to give their input. Okay, last chance of public comment on this matter. If you've already spoken, we don't really need to hear from you unless it's completely something different.
Sorry to bother you guys again. Thanks so much for your time, too. So if I understand correctly, so far the board is comprised of 2 supervisors, 1 law enforcement, 2 people that have...
No.
So
Two
medical marijuana.
I will read it
Please
again.
do. Thank you.
Okay. So it is 2 people who are either qualified patients or primary caregivers, 1 doctor who works with patients, 2 community concerned citizens, 2 Board of Supervisors members, which are Supervisor Royce and Supervisor Brennan.
Okay, and there's no representative of law enforcement on the board then?
No, they will be part of what's considered staff to support the committee.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So I would like to ask that in addition, that somebody who runs or has run a dispensary be part of this group. Because moving forward, regulating our county needs a dispensary, and it needs that interest represented in this working group. The other thing I would ask for is a patient's right advocate, someone that's worked before building these kinds of structures and communities. And I think that as it stands, this would be an incomplete representation of our community without a dispensary owner or someone that works in a dispensary, and without a patient's rights advocate.
Thank you.
My name's Lori Welsh, and most of you know me. I'm a member of this county, have been for too many years. Number one, I have a question about having someone with the schools having a seat on this committee, because as we all know, it is zero tolerance in schools, and unless once this passes in 2016, we're going to be teaching growing in
Just for a second, we did not place a person on the committee. They would come in as a staff advisory informational person, just like a public person could be, but we would solicit some input from the schools. They're not going to be a committee member.
And my second point, Eli already brought up, I think a patient advocate, someone from the dispensary side, and also maybe somebody from another county that has been dealing with this for years, such as Jolianne Galowski from Sebastopol. She works closely with the mayor and with the proponents in forming ordinances that are working very, very well for that county. And not only are the providers, growers, all being legal, they're regulated, and they are contributing greatly to the county and the people of the county itself. It works very well in that county, and I think that this committee should take a look at that before deciding on whether to sanely regulate the growing of medical marijuana or for recreational use or banning it.
All right. Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah, my name's Jeremy Carlson. I run Little Trees up in Arnold. We've been operating in compliance since 2014, opened in 2013. We use a system that no other dispensary in the county uses right now. We kind of self-regulated to use a computerized system that tracks every aspect of the business, from patient management to inventory. And as such, I have access to a lot of data as far as how the business runs on a day-to-day basis. So I just wanted to offer any kind of assistance moving forward as far as access to some of the data. Obviously, there's HIPAA laws in place, but it could be valuable insight.
All right. Thank you. Public hearing is done on this subject. Now we're going to bring it back to the board. Any more discussion?
What's our timeline for the process of making the appointments, soliciting applicants?
Well, that really depends on when your board wants to start the work. We were not intending on bringing this back this year. It would have to come back next year.
So let's address that at the end. And with that.
Okay. Any more board comment? All right. We're going to move on to the next one.
Okay. So we want to discuss mobile deliveries. At the November 3rd meeting, your board expressed an interest in allowing mobile deliveries, but also directed staff to return with an agenda item related to the consideration of placing additional local regulations on deliveries. And as your board knows, if you're interested in allowing mobile deliveries, then no action is needed, because under the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act, those deliveries will automatically go into effect January 1st. Some of the concerns expressed by your board at the last meeting included ensuring that children don't have access to medical marijuana, requiring dispensaries delivering in the county to register with the sheriff's office, ensuring only qualified patients or primary caregivers receive medical marijuana, and authorizing deliveries only to those who possess health officer-issued identification cards. So some of the things we did not discuss at the last meeting included the state law restrictions. So I wanted to inform your board of those, as I think some of these may alleviate some of your concerns. The state law requires that mobile deliveries are only allowed to be made by a licensed dispensary to a qualified patient or primary caregiver. Employees delivering the medical marijuana are required to carry a copy of the dispensary's current license and their own government-issued identification cards. Employees have to provide the dispensary license and their identifications to law enforcement or other enforcement personnel upon request. During delivery, employees must maintain a physical copy of the delivery request and provide that to the licensing authority or law enforcement. And qualified patients and primary caregivers must also maintain a copy of the delivery request and shall provide it upon request to the licensing authority and law enforcement. After speaking with the sheriff about this issue, the recommendation is to take no action, thereby allowing the mobile deliveries to go into effect, but reserve the right to pass regulations at a later date. Staff would like to explore further options about what's appropriate, what type of regulations and fees that could be placed on mobile deliveries. We'd like to work with the sheriff's office and the others to evaluate this, and we would like it to be included in the work plan for the working group. We also believe that local jurisdictions will retain the police power to later regulate mobile deliveries after January 1st, but I will caution that the law continues to evolve and change, so if anything changes, we will certainly bring this matter back to your board.
Okay, any discussions on staff's recommendation? All right, I'm going to open up public comment. If anyone wishes to speak on this, 3 minutes only, please.
Me again. So we make deliveries to Tuolumne County. We have been for maybe 2.5 years now. Our drivers are employees of the collective. They're paid salary like any other employee. They pay their income tax and everything like that. They've passed background checks with Calaveras County Sheriff's Department, and they're covered by our commercial liability policies. To our knowledge, there have been no incidences during the last 2.5 years that we've been delivering. We do fully intend to cooperate with the new Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act. And I'm here to express my interest in continuing to deliver to Tuolumne County patients. The service that we provide to patients here is invaluable to many who are disabled or otherwise unable to make the trek up to Arnold. It can be quite a long drive. And the way our deliveries work, it's not necessarily like ordering a pizza. You don't call us up when we send a driver out with your order. What happens is our patients call us up and they place an order, and we schedule those orders to go out either later in the day or the next day. Every order is packed individually at the dispensary. They're sealed up. A receipt is included with every single order, and our driver goes out on one route, makes all of the deliveries, and then comes back. So it operates a little bit differently than some people think. So I appreciate you looking at this today, and I hope that we can continue serving you guys as residents.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Royal Howard Garrison, and I'm your local delivery service. Have been for, 5 to 6 years now. According to that, I need to be hooked to one of your local dispensaries. We don't have a local dispensary. So originally when I set up, we weren't set up under this law, so I don't know how this applies to me, because I'm set up as a single-person business. But I've been here for 6 years, so does this count me out, or?
County Council, can you answer that question?
It doesn't say it has to be a local dispensary. It just has to be a licensed dispensary. And eventually the state will issue licenses, so dispensaries will have to comply with the state regulations to be licensed.
Does that answer your question?
Well, right now I'm licensed out of Sacramento, but I'm local. I mean, that doesn't make sense. I've been trying to get a local dispensary or the license to be for this county for myself. That doesn't make any sense that I have to go down to Sacramento to have my license. I'm from Tuolumne County. So I don't understand that. I'm still asking the same question. Why don't I have a local dispensary to be connected to? Or does my business license and everything in this county just go void?
County Council, can you answer that
I'll try.
question?
Well, right now, dispensaries are not allowed in the county. However, if the board takes no action and allows mobile deliveries to go in effect, then as long as someone is working with a licensed dispensary, wherever that license may be, they can deliver in the county.
Okay. So we don't have licensed dispensaries in Tuolumne County. Okay.
So I'm here to express my opinion that mobile deliveries in Tuolumne County are unacceptable, and we should have our own dispensary. That should be part of this ordinance, is us getting our own dispensary. I don't really understand why it's not okay for us to have one, but it's okay for Arnold to have one, and we can send our tax dollars to their county. If anyone takes a look at this money, just a cursory investigation of this shows that there is a lot of tax money to be had, and to me, it really upsets me that my dollars go out of county. Thanks.
Right, thank you.
Again, my name is Sarah Herron. I don't think there's any doubt about that I had a dispensary in this county. I would be happy to open it up again if you'd allow me to.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak? I'm going to close the public hearing on this subject, public comment portion on this subject, and we'll bring it back to the board. Looking for board comments.
So just to be clear from County Council, you're recommending no action, obviously, but there was some other piece of it?
Right. If we would like to add this topic to the working group topic, so
Okay.
that would really be the only other direction.
Okay, so I would recommend that we consider board consensus to do what County Council has asked for, and if we have that, fine. If we don't, I'll make a motion to that effect.
Do we have consensus? All right.
So there's no other action than just referring it to the committee.
Right.
So at this time, the state, or in January, the state's regulations would go into effect?
Right.
Which is what is outlined on
Yes.
the board? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify. We don't give up our right to regulate this in the future if we default to the state?
I don't believe so, and as I said, if something changes in the law or that interpretation, we'll immediately bring this back to your board. But I believe the local jurisdictions will retain the police power to regulate after January 1st.
Okay. I was concerned about that because I thought in the presentation it said maybe that's the March date that we default to something that we have a problem with.
Right. That is the March cultivation date. But I think even with that, the sentiment from the people we've been hearing from RCRC and others is that states would still retain, local jurisdictions would still retain the police power to regulate after those deadlines that are set forth in the bill. However, it's always better to have something sooner rather than later.
I just don't want to give up any of our local rights. And I'm curious if the sheriff has any comment about this.
No, I think no action is the appropriate.
Okay. Okay, I'm good with that.
I just wanted to make one clarification, that currently there is no restriction in Tuolumne County other than the state restrictions on mobile deliveries.
Right, there's no restrictions. Right?
So not only would nothing happen 1 January, but mobile deliveries are permitted today in Tuolumne County. Is that true?
Mobile deliveries have never been addressed under state law. This is a new feature of the recent medical marijuana legislation.
But mobile deliveries do not fall under our zoning ordinances. Therefore, we have no restrictions on mobile deliveries at this date.
No.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, we have consensus on that. Next subject, please.
Thank you. Deputy County Counsel Carlin Dripdahl. At your last board meeting, you directed staff to return with an ordinance expressly banning medical marijuana cultivation and distribution. As explained at that meeting, these land uses are currently prohibited in the county under the principles of permissive zoning. I would also remind your board that when you last considered medical marijuana regulations back in February 2014, this position was presented and your board moved to maintain the status quo. Since that time, there have been several code compliance investigations related to marijuana initiated at the request of supervisors and their constituents. The proposed ordinance does not change the current state of law in Tuolumne County. It merely states it in express terms. This will provide clarity and guidance to county staff, members of the public, and state and federal agencies. The proposed ordinance bans the cultivation and distribution of medical marijuana, specifically indoor and outdoor cultivation, collectives and cooperatives, nurseries, dispensaries, manufacturing sites, and testing laboratories. The express ban does not affect mobile deliveries or licensed transporters. The proposed ordinance is in compliance with state statutes and their related case law. Additionally, at your last board meeting, several supervisors, along with Sheriff Mealy and CRA Director Bev Shane, expressed serious concern regarding safety considerations related to the investigation and abatement of violations involving marijuana. The proposed ordinance delegates enforcement authority to the co-compliance officer and sheriff's office, with the sheriff's primary role being to ensure safety and provide technical support. As further explained in the next topic, violations of the proposed ordinance would be handled administratively, not through criminal prosecution. Zoning amendments regulating the uses of land require review by the Planning Commission. Should your board decide to refer this ordinance, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission will hold a noticed public hearing at its December 2nd meeting. With that, I will hand this off to your board for questions and public comment.
No questions right now? Okay, we'll have some public comment, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Board, for considering this important issue. My name's Kent Rosen. I'm a homeowner and taxpayer here in Tuolumne County. I have kids who go to school. They're on, superintendent's honor roll every semester that they've been in school for the past 3 years. I just have serious concerns that using the zoning ordinance in this way is so short-sighted because you're not going to make the problem go away. It's a problem. Okay, we're all on the same side. I don't want criminals involved any more than you guys do. I don't want people shooting off guns. I don't want, So, it seems to me that the only common sense way to approach it is through the zoning department and use it instead of using it to try and make the problem, go away, which it clearly will not. You'll just drive people out into public lands, whatever, and make it worse, I think. Use the zoning mechanism to weed out the bad actors. You apply, just like you want to do an addition to your house, you apply for a permit to the county. You pay your fee, you do what you got to do. Are there restrictions on what you can build? Yes. Do people still build? Yes, they do. Do they build illegally? Yes, they do. So, I think you're using the wrong, you got the right toolbox, but the wrong tool. And that to really address it, you need to, let's just say, for the sake of argument, somebody comes and says, I want to grow 100 marijuana plants. Okay, why? Why do you need that many? Who is that person? It could be as simple as you want to apply for a permit. How long have you lived in the county? You have to have a 6-month requirement or something like that to move, so you don't have people just moving here to grow pot. Right? I understand you don't want criminals, but my argument is, it's not attracting criminals. The people that are by and large, the people that are growing cannabis in this county are law-abiding citizens like me who send their kids to school, pay their taxes. They don't want to bother anybody. They don't want to be bothered. So, it just seems like you guys could really, use this opportunity. Use this opportunity to craft something going forward that's going to address problems that are coming down the pipe with legalized marijuana, whatever. Those problems are not going to go away. So I just want to say, I really appreciate your time, your consideration on this important matter, that, you guys can do it and put the county's resources to good work that's going to help everybody in the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
So I'd like to say that I would like you to not recommend this ordinance to the Planning Commission. What we're talking about here is an issue of patients' rights, a medical issue. We're not talking about criminals, coming here and deciding to do whatever. It's not about that. It's about people's rights. And as patients, we have rights as set up by the state to have our medicine. And if you're going to make an ordinance expressly banning the cultivation of marijuana, there should be one expressly banning the manufacture of methamphetamine and expressly banning the distribution of OxyContin into our community. Medical marijuana is a medicine that works for a lot of people, and it doesn't cause any harm. So do not recommend this to the Planning Commission. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, please.
So I understand this is a temporary ordinance, right? Until something else comes into effect, or?
This is not, this is the way our ordinance is and has been. We have not created anything new.
Yes, but what you're going to be recommending today, is it a temporary ordinance, or?
Is there a sunset?
Yeah.
No.
No.
The ordinance is intended to expressly state the current state of the law in Tuolumne County.
And the formation of a medical marijuana board would overturn this ordinance at some point if they decided to, or I'm unclear on the two.
The working group would then provide a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on how or if to regulate medical marijuana.
So I would just like to say that banning things typically doesn't solve any problems. And banning all cultivation, I think it goes a step too far because you don't know how long this is going to drag out. And there's a lot of people that depend on growing their own medicine. They just can't afford to buy it. The prices right now are artificially high because it's banned everywhere. And this will only seek to reinforce that. So I think you'll take a pretty powerful tool out of a lot of people's hands if you ban all cultivation. And I would ask that you at least consider following the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act and at least allowing a 100-square-foot garden for individuals and not ban the entire thing.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
I think an out-and-out ban is wrong on very many levels. It would make law-abiding citizens here in this room criminals. And it's not something, it should be regulated so that people can grow for patients like myself who cannot, because I cannot. I have to currently go out of county to get my medication, and I would prefer to have a dispensary right here at home. I would like for legal, sane regulation of growing medical cannabis for the crop that it is, for the income that it is for this county, as well as it's not going to stop illegal growing. It's not going to stop the cartels from coming into public land. What you're doing by banning cultivation is sending it to the black market. It's going to be a problem because just like a bank can be robbed, people can be robbed. And all they're asking for is protection under the law and to have a legal right to grow their medicine and pay taxes.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
Time, sir. My name's John Simonian. I want to know if you guys know what this is.
Yes.
Well, I don't think you do, sir, because this card was issued by the state of California and by your own county health department. I had to turn my medical records over to the health department, to your doctors, to the Sacramento doctors, and to legitimize my sicknesses. Now, I have several named sicknesses from 215 that I can't grow my... You want to put an all-out ban on me being able to have my own medicine after your own doctor, the state of California's doctors, have looked at my medical history and determined that medical marijuana helps me? Sir, we have an epidemic of heroin in this county. We have an epidemic of methamphetamine in this county. And we're concerning ourselves about marijuana. When the nation as a whole is moving forward on this issue, I would hope our county would move forward and embrace marijuana as the cash cow that it is. It's going to get legalized, and you're either going to miss the party or you're not. And I know that you think that I'm just some old hippie who don't know what he's talking about. But you're looking at millions and millions of dollars in tax revenues. You know, that is the next step. We all know it's coming. So this microclimate is the best climate in the whole world to grow pot. For us to turn our backs on it and give the money to Calaveras County, give the money to Mariposa County, is ridiculous. I've lived here for 26 years, sir. I'm not a criminal. The only crime I've ever committed is growing marijuana. So I would beg this board to not act and not put an all-out ban. I can understand reasonable zoning ordinances, fenced yards. That makes sense. None of us want it to be given to kids. None of us want to start with more crime. The sheriff has a hard enough job in this county. He's understaffed. He's dealing with an old jail. Do we really need to put people in there for growing pot? Do we really need to limit our resources? Do we have to have deputies out checking somebody's garden? Do you want the state to regulate what medications you can take? Do you want to have turn your medical records over to the county to let them examine your medical records to determine if you need high blood pressure medicine? I think it's an invasion of my privacy and my rights as an American citizen. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And for me to be healthy, I need marijuana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah, my name's Keith Burrows, and I'm a medical marijuana patient, and I grow my own. I don't like saying that in front of the sheriff, but that's all right. I have my license, and it's valid, and I would not like to be made a criminal in my own county where I live. I used to be on prescription medication for months, for years, and I'm off of it. I use marijuana. Yes, sir, I use marijuana. Am I a criminal? No, sir, I'm not a criminal. And neither have these other people in here, or any of them for that matter. We're down here in front of the sheriff talking about weed. You know, but it's not funny. And it's not funny to anybody here. I'm a serious medical patient, okay? And you're going to make me a criminal overnight. I've been on Xanax. I've been on every kind of medication the doctors give me for years, my friend. And marijuana works for me. I'm not some hippie out trying to get high. I don't care about your tax money. Yeah, there's a lot of money to be made. I've come from Colorado. The car dealerships are booming out there, okay? They're making bank out there. I don't care about the money. I don't want to see my medicine that I can grow from a seed in my yard being controlled by some big Costco. And that's where you guys are headed. You're sending us right out of town, and there you go. That's all I have to say, and that's all I'll ever have to say. Please don't make me a criminal in my home that I just bought in Tuolumne County. Please don't make me a criminal.
All right, thank you. I think to make it clear that we all understand the medical need for certain people. The sheriff mentioned it. If you've been at our last meeting, we discussed it, but we have a process we need to go through to make it clear. So
okay. Well, I've been at this meeting, and it's not making a lot of sense to me as a personal, as an American citizen.
Okay.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I, as long as I got another second here, I'm going to say something else. And the man who stood up and said there should be more medical patients on that board is absolutely correct. We already know your stance on it. We already know his stance on it. You guys are against it. You've been against it forever. Okay? We are patients. Please. Crying out for our right. I don't need another minute, sir. Thank you. Please discuss this and make it a decision.
That's why we're here. Thank you.
I think that one thing that we need to remember about medical patients, and this is about medical, is that there are patients that live in federal housing that are disabled, that cannot grow because it's against federal law. So no matter what you do here, it's not going to help them. There's people that live in apartments. There's people that live in other people's homes. There are so many places where people cannot grow, even if you say it's okay, that you need a dispensary in this town. So I want to read something to you. This is from Cal Normal. And it says, it's sadly ironic to me that now the state will be issuing licenses for medical cannabis businesses, something that cities and counties have been asking for and calling for years. Some local jurisdictions are moving to ban activities that would be better regulated than driven back underground. The new state law has a robust licensing system that will track all medical cannabis from seed to sell, ensuring that it is not diverted to minors or non-patients. Anyone applying for a license will be subject to a criminal background conducted by the state and will be required to follow state water and pesticide regulations. Local governments will be permitted to tax the new above-board medical cannabis transactions, and the only thing that you have to do is enact the proper zoning regulations and issue business licenses. I am glad that you are considering forming an advisory board, and I hope that patients, caregivers, and advocates will be included so that the policy can be enacted for the benefit of all. Also, I am glad to see that you will be sending proposals to the Planning Commission after a public hearing. I am a bit perplexed by the proposal to enact an ordinance to enforce the statute before it goes through this process. It seems like putting the cart before the horse. Our office is always available for consultations on this matter, and I understand that the RCRC has been given presentations to the Board of Supervisors with their recommendations for moving forward. We can regulate medical marijuana in such a way that patients' needs are met and public safety concerns are addressed. To do otherwise will only encourage the worst non-compliant actors who are often caught only after the damage is done. I recall the last time I was in Tuolumne, the board decided to wait and see what state would do. We haven't yet to see the regulations the state will promulgate. But the Department of Consumer Affairs has advertised for a chief of the department that will do so, and you can see that. So we must see and wait a little bit longer rather than deny people's rights in Tuolumne County, only to make matters worse in the long run for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
California Normal.
Hello. I just want to say I am a member of this community, and I think that if this happens, you're going to be hurting a lot of people, so I am against it.
Thank you.
Well, I was here at 9 o'clock this morning. You started out with a Pledge of Allegiance. Liberty and justice for all. I'm not seeing it. Got a bunch of bureaucrats up there. I haven't heard one person here speak. You got to get rid of that killer weed. We can't have the growers here anymore. I haven't heard that once. Anybody here got that opinion? Then what are you doing? You're supposed to represent the people. We are the people. Put this meeting in the newspaper, and you'll have to hold it at the football stadium. If you advertise and tell people that you're having a meeting like this, there'd be a lot more people here. Liberty and justice for all. I was an aircraft mechanic. I had to retire after a back injury. This is the strongest Vicodin that you can get. They don't make it any stronger. If this don't work, I got to go to oxycodone or morphine. That's what they told me. Marijuana works better. I hardly take this. Before I got on medical marijuana, I was taking 9 and 10 of these a day. For Northern California Spine Institute. 9 to 10 of the biggest Vicodin. I take one now, maybe, on some bad days. But my back sucks. I need to grow medical marijuana. I can't afford to buy it. The prices are too high. I got an acre and a half. I got plenty of room. I grow a few little plants. You're going to make me a criminal? I'm 62 years old. I worked for the airlines my entire life. You're going to make me a criminal now? Liberty and justice, fellas. You're supposed to be fiscal conservatives. You want to take my tax dollars? He wants his helicopter back, don't you? You want to fly the helicopter? Guys hanging out with guns and cameras?
Sir.
It flew over for years. I don't want my tax dollars going to that helicopter again. That's nuts. You think we were living in a communist country or something? Liberty and justice, people.
My name's Nathan DeBee, and I'm a semi-respectable member of the community, and I'm here, like a lot of these people, to ask that you just table this matter now, table this ordinance, and don't take it any further. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name is Allison Daniels. I've lived in Tuolumne County for over 30 years. I have degenerative disc disease caused by accident when I was 15. And the medications that the doctors prescribed to me, I would not be able to raise my children. I would not be able to be a participating member of society. I would not be able to serve your community on the many community boards that I sit on. I would be at home drooling. They gave me oxycodone, they gave me everything else, and I was not able to function. Because of medical marijuana, I'm able to hold a good job, take care of my kids, and be an outstanding member of this community. So I want you guys to consider, I do grow my own 2 plants a year with my own organic substances so that I know what's going into my medicine. I don't see how that could be any different than you guys with your wine growing or your tomato growing. So I don't think that you need to waste all these community resources to make me a criminal. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that, like, in the last 10 years, marijuana has been the California cash crop in the state, definitely within the top 3. This calls for, like, the ban of California cash crop. The reason why so many people are, like, against it is because this is suggesting an anti-California matter. You know, these are all taxable things that are built on the California culture. Like, this is an easy decision to be made. We should table any ban, and any place where it says ban, we should replace it with the words regulate and tax. And until it's legal, we should just regulate and tax it. This is like an anti-California matter. And I think that we should just allow this to continue on the way that it's been, just not banned. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi. I've been in this community for about 15 years now. I came up from the Bay Area, and about 10 years ago, I came down with cancer. I am now a 10-year cancer survivor, and during that time of cancer, I was on medical marijuana. Before that, I'd only used it for recreational use and never really benefited from the benefits of that. During that whole time, and even still now, I'm on 8 different medications that are prescribed to me daily from my doctors that I'm supposed to take daily. Medical marijuana takes away 8 of those medications, okay? There's one of them that I might have to take every now and then if I'm in a lot of pain, but for the most part, it takes away all of that, okay? And I grow, and I've been living in this community, and all my tax dollars go other places, mainly Southern California, mainly the Bay Area. You know why? Because there's no dispensary up here that I can take my stuff to. I live on one of the worst county roads up here. You could take all my tax dollars and finally repair these roads. These schools up here need educational books, need teachers, need computers, need technology. You can use all of my tax money for that. You ban this, you're banning all of that. You're taking away from everybody, not just me. And there's another thing I'd like to say, too, about regulations. Like, if you stop all of this, it's horrible. If you regulate it, it is a little bit better, but you need to have the correct regulations. There's complete differences from indoor growers to outdoor growers, okay? Me, I grow indoor because I don't have land. I can't. If I could grow outdoors, I would grow outdoors. The thing is you like to put these number regulations on plants and stuff. Inside, I grow 100 plants. You know how tall those plants get? About this tall. I get maybe about an ounce, maybe 2 ounces per plant. Okay, somebody growing outside, my entire crop, 5 to 6 pounds, maybe. Okay, people outdoors, they get one plant that can get, I've seen 3 to 10 pounds per plant. So you put a regulation on outdoor, you put a regulation on indoor. Someone growing indoor should not have to be forced to only grow 3 plants or 1 plant. You know, something like that is horrible because I'm not getting what these people outdoors are getting. But all our money needs to go back into this community. And also, if you put a ban on this, I'm going to be going back to pharmaceutical drugs where I wouldn't be able to stand up here talking. I'd be at home on my couch right now, comatose, because of the hardcore medications they have me on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I would like to state that you do understand that if you put a ban on this, I'm a rich guy in the county. And if you think about why that is, you're saying, well, everybody who can grow their own medication, that they can't grow it, so they need a pharmaceutical person to bring it to them. So you're saying the delivery services and all that make money, but that's for the recreational and for those that can't grow it for themselves. It seems like you guys have the issue about banning it, about that there are going to be 99 plants out back in Tuolumne County. It's never been allowed. I've been here since '81. Believe me, he does his job real well. He doesn't let me have 99 plants. It seems like I'm just keeping it real. I mean, I've been here a long time. Everybody knows who I am. It seems like that we're confusing an issue here. Is this about making money, or is this about the medical people? Because it sounds like half the people that came up here to talk about this is saying, well, how much money is there to make? The other half is saying, I need it for medical. We need to separate what this is about, because that ban is for medical, right? Not recreational? That's all I'm pointing out, because I can't seem to figure that out up here right now.
Okay, any more public comment? Seeing none, closing the public comment, and I'm going to bring it back to the board, but I do want council to clarify some things, because there's some stuff that was said that is not what we're addressing. Please restate what is presently in place right now.
Okay. Presently in Tuolumne County, the cultivation and distribution of medical marijuana is not allowed.
Okay, and how long has that been on the books?
Since that would be 1996 when medical marijuana went into effect.
Okay, all right. So just for clarification, that's where it's at right now. And this is why we're addressing the subject. So there were some things said, Sheriff, and I don't know if you want to address it, but there was a statement made that there's not a law enforcement issue with the marijuana grows that we've had. I know personally a number of them of 100, 200, 300 plants that have created issues. Could you just address that? Because I don't think everybody out there understands what you're facing.
I don't understand your question, though.
Okay. You don't understand my question.
No.
All right. What does law enforcement face as far as the large marijuana grows that are having?
The large marijuana grows?
Yes. I'm not addressing the 6 or 8 plant. I'm talking about the
Well, we're speaking hypothetically here.
Yes.
Generally, what happens is that if it's complaint driven, okay, that's one of the things that we haven't talked about is complaint driven. So if somebody calls in the sheriff's office and says, "Hey, my neighbor, for whatever reason, has a marijuana grow or something along those lines," we'll go out, we'll knock on the door, we'll talk to them. And this is hypothetical. This is in general terms here. If they show us some type of recommendation, if the doctor says that there's the recommendation, and they're in compliance with what the doctor, then we leave, and that's generally what is happening. Now there may be some in the audience that haven't had that experience, but in talking with my detectives, and talking with my sergeant and the lieutenant, that's what's taking place.
Okay. So now I'm going to let counsel respond to that.
Mr. Chair, I want to make sure it's very clear that what we're talking about here is a zoning violation, and zoning violations are rarely, if ever, prosecuted criminally. This is an administrative enforcement process, not criminal. So much like a gate or a fence that's built too high, we're talking about zoning violations here.
So let me try to explain it this way. If a person has on their property a cultivation taking place, and we go out and we say they are completely within the Prop 215, 420, whatever law we want to talk about today, if they are in compliance and they have a recommendation, they are not committing a crime, okay? We are not going to, now if they are out of what their doctor is saying, maybe we may take some action. But generally speaking, if they are within the the rules, what or not the rules, but what the recommendation states, we are going to turn around and leave. Now, that does not mean that they're out of compliance within the zoning ordinance. We're not going to get involved in that. That's because it's a civil matter. We may ask them to, or advise them, you're in a violation of the ordinance, and then that's when abatement may come out. But as far as what we're talking about today, I think what the public needs to understand is that this is not changing how the sheriff office does its business. If you have a recommendation and you have those things, we're not going to bother you. So when the guy comes up and says, my helicopter, I wish I had a helicopter. I mean, come on, be serious. I don't have a tank either. But the reality is we're not doing anything. We're not going to change this ordinance. How I understand it from council is how the sheriff's office does its business is not going to change.
Okay, so what happens is that, and this has happened, our ordinance is complaint driven. If a property owner calls us up and says, my neighbor is growing 300 marijuana plants next to my house, there's no house on the property, he's stealing water from my neighbor, he's got garbage everywhere.
Stealing something. Those are criminal things.
Okay, all right. Okay, yes, we have, because this is reality. This is what a few of the things that have happened. So, but because the way that we've been able to resolve some of those problems is through the ordinance and code compliance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I want to ask Mr. Oliver to come up. I know he's good, and just give us just kind of a quick overview of what you do when you have a zoning ordinance violation, which we've had these problems. Thank you, Sheriff.
You want me to go, or you?
Go ahead.
All right, someone will see me eventually in the future. I just want to make sure everybody sees who I am. Doug Oliver. I'm the Code Compliance Officer for Tuolumne County. Is this on?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the code compliance process is pretty low key. I mean, once again, it's not criminal. It's an administrative process. It's simply identifying that there is a violation of any other part of Tuolumne County ordinance other than the criminal side and giving them a time frame to comply. That time frame is based on the severity of the violations. Now, zoning violations are generally low priority by resolution of the board. We focus more on things that are impacting life, health, safety, that sort of thing. So, for instance, if we had a complaint about 3 marijuana plants on the back of somebody's porch, and next to it, right after that, was a complaint about a substandard housing condition where there was fire, electrical hazards, children living in unsanitary conditions, we would opt to take that case over the 3 marijuana plants. It's just like any other zoning violation. We rate it based on severity. But the process, which is, as I understand it, the process that we have in place now in our ordinance code is very streamlined, very effective, and very flexible, and that isn't going to change. If it's a minor violation, you have an opportunity to correct. You have an opportunity to correct the violation without penalty, and then from that point on, if that isn't complied with, then penalties and other actions can be taken by the county. It's effective, and it's not like a huge hammer that we're waving in front of everybody. It's a reminder to get into compliance, and I mean it's terribly simple.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to bring it back to Board Supervisor Royce.
Thank you. So the first thing that I want to address, and I don't mean to be confrontational, but I disagree severely with the assertion that our zoning ordinance currently does not allow for any type of medical marijuana cultivation or dispensary. I understand the reason for that opinion and the fact that it's not explicitly stated, but I'm looking at the zoning ordinance, section 1734 for commercial C1 districts, and also 17.81 single-family residential district. And within both of those, within the conditional use section, it states health, what does it say exactly? Healthcare facilities. If you look at the commercial zoning ordinance, nowhere does it explicitly state that you can have a pharmacy. But there are other permitted and conditional uses where those things can be interpreted. So medical marijuana is not explicitly stated as a permitted or conditional use, but there are other bigger umbrellas that you could easily argue that those uses would apply within. And so I think the premise from which some of this is being established is not correct. I think there is a very, very serious need for us to do something today. Or not necessarily today, but in the short term. There are situations, in Don Pedro specifically, and John gets to deal with it and gets phone calls all the time, where there's people down there that are criminals, as you guys acknowledge, that are they're creating nuisances for their neighbors, and it's a safety concern. There's a serious threat to some of the people in those neighborhoods. So I want to figure out a way to deal with those situations and give our code compliance guy and our sheriff maybe an avenue to deal with that. But what we need to be very careful of is doing that at the expense of the people who are not a nuisance, who are law-abiding citizens. As was stated, we do not want to take people that are following the rules that are harmless and make them into criminals at the expense or at the with the purpose of dealing with these other situations. We need to be smarter about this and that. So there's a few things beyond just that component to it. That's just a simple point that bothers me, because I don't want us to get into a corner trying to create something that's defensible without being realistic about it. I just don't think that's right. As far as what's being done, and I know a lot of you are probably thinking this but not saying this. The people that have a few plants are probably not going to get bothered by this ordinance. I think I'll say this outright. I think it is designed not to affect people that have a couple plants, unless they're being a major pain in the butt and they're right next to the fence by a school or something like that and they're getting calls. I think that the situation is imperative to where staff feels compelled to come up with a solution immediately to deal with some of these other situations. And so I'm sympathetic to that, and I think your intentions on that part are good-natured. But I just want to be very careful that we don't do this and have unintended consequences. One thing that I want to address is with the concern with the working group. I think that I will that it's going to take some time to put something together that is going to be successful in dealing with all the different aspects. So the timeline that we're looking at, starting in June, I think it's not a bad idea to deal with the issue at that time when we get more information. So I'm okay with that if we are a little bit more cautious about what we're dealing with here. I want to introduce the idea of a sunset on this ordinance, because what I don't want to do is just let this become the status quo, and it's easier to deal with it without doing anything else. I think that there's a question to whether this, I think that another concern staff has is the fact that with the state legislation, it kind of puts puts us on a quick timeline to adopt something to be able to deal with this. Otherwise, the state's regulations go into effect, and I think that's what some of your motivations are. I don't know whether that's good or bad, but
I don't think it's their motivation. I think it's collectively our motivation as a board to try to
well, they're
come up with
directing us
solutions.
to be able to deal with those parameters. I'm not trying to say they're telling us what to
Okay.
do. I know we're sensitive about that. So you're doing what's directed, and that's okay.
I'll get you right.
So a sunset is something I want to introduce for the board to discuss and consider.
Okay, I think that's fine. I think that our next particular subject where we address an ordinance is where we can do.
Well,
Go ahead, please. Then Carl's next.
yeah, right now you're considering the zoning ordinance, and what Supervisor Royce is talking about is having a sunset provision on the zoning ordinance. The enforcement piece is set up for our next item, and there's a potential with regard to like an urgency ordinance. I think that would have a specific time frame. We'd have to make sure to get all that information together for you, though.
Okay, Carl?
Yeah, I'd like County Council to respond to Supervisor Royce's opinion that our current status quo situation does not prohibit cultivation of marijuana in the county, and why you are of your opinion.
Okay. Well, first off, with regard to the healthcare facilities, the Compassionate Use Act and Medical Marijuana Program Act actually define a collective, a cooperative, a dispensary, and then specifically list specific types of healthcare facilities that are not considered part of that definition. And with regard to the current status of Tuolumne County law, again, in February of 2014, your board considered this item. It was presented to you what the status was, and there was full board consensus to maintain the status quo. So, with all due respect, I completely disagree with you on this point. And as far as the package,
Can you give me that information?
It is on Granicus.
Can you explain why it is that, for instance, why is marijuana cultivation not just another agricultural product? Why are dispensaries not just another medical facility?
All right. I'll go back to what we discussed at the last meeting. Each zoning district has a list of permitted and conditional uses. In interpreting the county zoning ordinance, there are two rules to keep in mind. First, if the use isn't listed, it's not allowed. However, rule number 2 is that if the unlisted use is similar to the listed use, the unlisted use can be treated the same as the listed use. Marijuana cultivation and distribution are not...
Can you say that again? I'm sorry. I apologize. I just didn't click.
No, it's okay. So, first rule, if the use isn't listed, it's not allowed.
Right.
Okay. However, there is a rule number 2, which says if an unlisted use is similar to a listed use, you can treat them the same.
Give them the punchline.
Marijuana cultivation and distribution are not specifically addressed in the county zoning ordinance. Because of its status as illegal under federal law, medical marijuana cultivation and distribution cannot be considered similar to other agricultural uses and pharmacies. This is an analysis under the principles of permissive zoning. That is what we have right now.
And is that an state attorney general? Do we have a state attorney general opinion on that or not? Do we have?
No, there is case law that says that under both the Compassionate Use Act and the Medical Marijuana Program Act, local jurisdictions retain the authority to regulate and even prohibit the cultivation and distribution of medical marijuana.
So why are we deferring to federal law versus state law when the county is constitutionally derived as a subsection of the state, and that's where our powers originate. I'm not trying to.
No, this is perfectly fine. Again, it's separation of powers. We have the tiers. At the top is the federal government and the federal constitution. Then come the states and the state's constitution, then the counties and our ordinances. Under federal law, marijuana is still illegal. There's a U.S. Supreme Court that says that it is illegal under federal law, and so states can't necessarily change that.
There's actually two specific rulings in play by the U.S. Supreme Court in the same case. The first ruling that they made, in my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you and I have had this discussion.
Yes.
The first ruling was that the Controlled Substance Act is a valid federal exercise of the Interstate Commerce Clause of the Constitution.
That is correct.
And the second part of that ruling was that the 14th Amendment does not apply to states' rights with respect to the Controlled Substance Act.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Excuse me, any other questions? Comments?
Is it?
Go ahead.
Is it possible? Is there a way to do this to where people that are just growing a small amount for themselves are not going to be turned into criminals by this?
Again, this is a zoning violation. This is not a criminal action. We are not. It's zoning.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to be clear on that. I mean, and how we can be clear on that is that you gave the example, Supervisor Royce, of the Don Pedro.
Yeah.
They were not committing any laws. They were not breaking. They weren't stealing water. They weren't doing anything that we could take any law enforcement action. What we're talking about is a civil action. That is somebody else's job. That's not the sheriff's job. That's not my job.
Okay.
Okay.
My terminology was wrong. I understand the difference.
So when people, when we're having people talk about I don't want to be a criminal, if the sheriff comes out there just because it's complaint driven, we'll talk, and it is what is reasonable. If the doctor says you need 99 plants and the recommendation says 99 plants and we go 1, 2, 98, 99, okay, have a great day.
So they're getting a red tag.
No criminal. I mean, and this what we're talking about is a code compliance issue. The reason why the sheriff is getting involved is, as many of the public have said, there are criminals that participate in this, and we are there only for the fact that if we do come in contact with somebody who is doing criminal activity, we need to be there to help them. Mm-hmm. Not to do an investigation, because the district attorney is not going to prosecute a case if they are compliant with what their recommendation says.
What's the logic behind a complete ban versus an allowance within the zoning ordinance to do a small amount of cultivation?
Let me try and answer that.
Well,
He addressed it to council then.
Okay.
In terms of why did we bring forward an express ban? Because your board asked us to.
And the reason we asked you to was because it was your recommendation. It was a recommendation based on the fact that this ban doesn't change the status quo. What it does is it makes clearer to the public what the status quo is. Okay? Right now, the status quo, our county council's interpretation, is that marijuana cultivation and dispensaries are not permitted in any zoning designation in Tuolumne County. It is currently a zoning violation. The reason that we wanted to do this, and the county council recommended this, was to clarify that for the public so that as we go forward, there's no confusion. We're still leaving open, and part of the discussion in that working group that we were talking about in the first item is what do we do going forward? But while we go through that deliberative process, we felt it was in the best interest of the public to clarify the current situation, and that is all that this zoning ordinance does.
So, public, I close the public comment on this. Go ahead, Supervisor.
So I agree with what you're saying. I think, if I understand it all right, the only concern that arises from this is I did not realize before the timeline that we were proposing for the working group. I'm concerned that with the duration that we're looking at, in the interim, we're creating a situation that's a little bit untenable. And I would prefer to either put a little bit different.
How is it untenable when, if they have a medical marijuana prescription or then they are not, and the sheriff shows up, they're not criminal. They're not doing a criminal activity. And again, I heard somebody in the public comment period mention this, and I think we have to be real careful. We're mixing two different things here. We've talked about revenue generation. That's completely different. And when we're talking about dispensaries, all of that needs to be part of the working group. What I am hearing very clearly is that with this addresses the code compliance issues like we saw down in Don Pedro, and it is an avenue to take an action. That action has a very deliberate process, again, because of, as outlined in the ordinance. But those individuals that are using medical marijuana and have a doctor's prescription are not breaking the law.
So,
am I correct with that?
Correct.
So I agree, except for the point that the threshold should be 0. I think that's unreasonable.
Supervisor Handel.
For the land use.
Yeah, I've been waiting to get in here. Look, I've got some issues here, and I want you to hear me out before you moan and groan and complain about what I'm going to say. First of all, I think commercial grows and these individual little grows are two different things, in my opinion. And I am concerned about the commercial grows, like what happened down in Don Pedro. And I talked to the one lady down there, and she seriously felt threatened. And I just don't want citizens of my county to feel threatened by someone carrying rifles and shooting them in the neighborhood and or near schools, residentials, or kids. I'm really worried about that. That's not a good thing. When it comes down to those of you who are of the age of majority, 18 or older, and you want to do this, and you need to do this, as far as I'm concerned, I've got nothing to say about that. You are supposed to be big boys and girls, and you're supposed to be able to make your own decisions to a certain point. But I have a huge concern over increasing availability of marijuana or any drug, for that matter, to small children. That is a serious problem. My daughter runs a string of drug-sniffing dogs and does schools to keep them safe. And she's seen it at very low age levels. And she has given me constant information from experts that tell me it causes irreversible, irrevocable, irreparable brain damage in brain formation years, or it can. And I'm not interested in increasing the number of people in behavioral health roles and welfare roles and making wards of the county or the state. That's not what we need to do. But for people who have legitimate needs, I have some compassion for that. My problem comes down to the thing that Supervisor Rutherford mentioned in the last meeting, is that it is a federal problem, and there's a conflict between federal and state law. And I did take an oath, and I do take that oath seriously. And how do I compromise an oath that I swore to uphold the federal Constitution and therefore the federal laws, and conflict with that with the state? And I do believe that local control is the right place for most of this stuff, and I would like to find a reasonable solution for this. On the other hand, I don't want to do this 500 different times every time someone sneezes in Sacramento and decides that there's a little nuance that we got to change. And I do not want to make the world tougher for the sheriff, and I do not want code enforcement officers having to deal with this thing. They're not trained to deal with it, and the commercial grows. So this is a very complex issue for me, and I have great compassion for those of you who are in pain and need this, and I don't want to take that away from you. But you just got to understand the conundrum that I feel like I got to deal with, and I don't know that there's a good solution in the near term. But supposing we pass something, you can take your choice, and the first thing that happens is some senator or assembly member convinces the rest and the governor that we should do something that's totally different. Then we got to come back and revisit it. Supposing it gets on the ballot, and all of a sudden we're not dealing with medical marijuana, we're dealing with recreational marijuana. I don't know. I still have all of the problems I have right now, and you got to help me deal with those and propose a solution that works under the conditions that we got to deal with. And I'm all ears. I don't want to take it away from you if it's helping you. On the other hand, I have a problem with the situation I'm in. I have a problem with kids. Help me with that. And, Mr. Chairman, I think we ought to take a brief break, if we could.
Okay, we'll take a 2-minute break. But first of all, I'm going to follow up on Supervisor Handvelt's words there. I don't think anybody up here on this board is trying to take medical marijuana away from anybody. Our problems exist is when we're dealing with these large commercial marijuana grows. There are problems for schools. There are problems for the people who live next door to them. It is not right that people have to put up with those type of situations. They're living here. They're paying their taxes too. Why should they have to have the smell of 300 marijuana plants growing right next to them? It's not right. So that's something that we really are trying to find an answer for. So 10 minutes, we'll come back.
Craig.
Okay, County Council, we're going to we're going to leave this a little bit open right now, and we're going to move to the next item. D, please. Not yet.
Nope.
All right, you're on.
Well, lucky me. All right. Finally, at your last meeting, your board requested enforcement of the express ban that was timely and meaningful. Now, since we haven't yet come to a consensus on that express ban, I understand we'll kind of leave that open. So what we're going to talk about right now is the enforcement piece. This would be through our code compliance ordinance. As I mentioned during the last topic, enforcement of an express ban is proposed to be handled through an administrative process rather than the criminal justice system. As I said before, zoning violations are rarely, if ever, prosecuted criminally. Should your board decide not to implement specific provisions related to code compliance enforcement of marijuana violations, the enforcement of any adopted express ban, or if we leave it as status quo, what we have now, will be handled through the county's current code compliance ordinance, Chapter 110. Rather than develop a separate administrative enforcement system, the proposed enforcement ordinance before you uses the code compliance framework of Chapter 110, but with more specific direction as needed. This ordinance was developed with input from the departments that will be involved in the enforcement process. The proposed enforcement ordinance provides a framework for a more robust administrative enforcement process. However, without staffing and other resources to support it, even the most robust enforcement framework will not be effective. Your board packet contains a chart comparing the Chapter 110 framework with the proposed ordinance modifications. I'd like to run through the highlights. Under Chapter 110, there are different tracks of enforcement depending on the degree of seriousness of the violation. For garden variety code violations, the property owner and/or responsible person is issued an opportunity to correct. A time period to correct the violation without penalty. There is significant discretion for the code compliance officer to grant time extensions for property owners diligently working towards abatement. For more serious code violations, those that impact health and safety, such as substandard housing, dangerous buildings, septic system failures, and accumulated solid waste, there is no opportunity to correct, but rather a notice and order is issued, which, if not resolved, may lead to county abatement of the violation. To reiterate, all cultivation and distribution of medical marijuana is currently banned. But, like other code violations, there are varying degrees of seriousness. In reviewing your board's discussion at your November 3rd meeting, several supervisors expressed interest in focusing enforcement on larger grows and distribution. To effectuate such direction, the proposed enforcement ordinance designates cultivation involving 4 or more marijuana plants and distribution of medical marijuana as violations impacting health and safety. This has the effect of prioritizing these types of violations and shortening the administrative enforcement process, since the code compliance officer cannot issue an opportunity to correct for violations impacting health and safety. The proposed 4-plant threshold was selected based on board discussion and additional internal discussion amongst the county departments involved in these matters. The 4-plant threshold is proposed as the approximate level where the more immediate, harmful, and serious effects to public health and safety begin to appear. Smaller grows, 3 plants or fewer, are still prohibited, but are proposed to not initially be subject to the more robust provisions of the proposed enforcement ordinance. For these violations, the code compliance officer may issue an opportunity to correct. The default fines in Chapter 110 are relatively low. For instance, for a first violation, the fine is $100. The proposed ordinance sets the administrative penalty for marijuana violations at $1,000 per day, starting on the date the notice and order is issued. If the violation is abated within the correction period, no penalty would apply. The Government Code section authorizing higher penalties requires an abatement period prior to fines being imposed. If the violation remains, the initial penalty would be $10,000 because the correction period is 10 days. Because of the higher fine structure, the penalty amount can be included in an appeal to your board, which would have the authority to reduce the imposed fine. Under the proposed enforcement ordinance, without an appeal and assuming appropriate available county resources, an unabated violation involving a grow of 4 or more plants or medical marijuana distribution could be subject to county abatement and a $10,000 fine 10 days after the issuance of a notice and order. If, after receiving public comment, your board is satisfied with the proposed enforcement ordinance, you have the option to waive the first reading of the proposed ordinance and set it for adoption at your December 15th meeting. Alternatively, if you would like to make revisions to the ordinance, your board can provide staff with additional direction to return with a revised ordinance at your December 15th meeting. There is a chart in the staff memo diagramming the timeline for adoption and effective dates for your information. Finally, should your board wish to not take action with regard to enforcement at this time, the enforcement of any adopted express ban, or again, our current status quo, would continue to utilize the current provisions of Chapter 110. With that, I look to your board for any questions and public comment on this item.
Any questions from the board right now? Supervisor Hanvelt?
How does this conflict with the state? One of these people just showed me something, and he says his doctor authorized him to grow X plants. He wouldn't be able to do that?
That is correct. The Compassionate Use Act and the Medical Marijuana Program Act do not take away your board's authority under the zoning laws to regulate the uses of land.
That's what I want to make clear.
Okay. So
I just don't understand what it means.
Go ahead.
So
Then I want to.
one of the concerns I have here is the timelines, and I didn't dig into it enough to understand those. Can you, so with the existing code compliance ordinance, you have the, can you put that last slide back on? Before that, actually. So the opportunity to correct and then the notice and order, the timelines for that, one of the things I'm concerned about, so for the big grows, what I want to do is give you guys enough of a hammer with fines and with a quick timeline to be able to deal with those people.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want this to apply to somebody that has a few plants in their backyard and their garden or something like that. That's a separate part of it. But for this part, can you address the timeline?
Yes. So under the proposed ordinance, for a grow that involved 3 or fewer plants, it would be, that individual would be complaint driven. So if we received a complaint, had the time to get out there and investigate, they would be issued an opportunity to correct, where they'd have 10 days to remove the violation, remove the plants. At which point, if they did not, then a notice and order could be issued for a smaller grow.
So 10 days for the opportunity to correct, and then once the notice and order is issued, the fines go into effect?
Potentially. Again,
and you structured it to where each day it's a new violation?
yes.
Is that legally defensible?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and to clarify, those fines would go against the property owners, the owners of the property. We don't have any way of attacking the individual?
It would be against the property owner and or the responsible person.
Okay.
Now, for some of our larger grows, the individuals who are doing the actual growing tend to disappear. The land stays put, and so fines can be attached to the property.
Okay.
How are you going to deal with, I'm sorry. How are you going to deal with landlords that say they didn't know about it? 45 days goes by, landlord lives in 2 states over or something.
Sorry.
How do you deal with that?
Serving the notice and order would be to the property owner at the address that they provide for their
Taxes?
bills. Mhm.
So they get a certified letter?
Yes.
Is 10 days enough for that process?
To get it out there, yes.
To get the certified letter, that would go out immediately. Is it 10 days from when the certified letter posts then, or how does that?
I believe it's 5 days after the letter is posted.
5 days after would initiate the 10 days?
I'd have to check to say when it specifically is in effect.
Okay.
But it's pretty quick.
Yes.
I want it to be quick, but I also want it to be reasonable for a property owner that's unknowing.
Well, and this is also intended to address absentee landlords.
That's what I mean.
Okay. So in looking at this, we have the opportunity to do a couple things. One is we could look at the 4-plant limit and say there's not a violation if you grow over 4 plants. Is that correct?
No,
Okay.
this is on the enforcement side. So in other words, everything is banned, but
Okay.
4 plants or more
All right.
would kick you straight into the more
Okay.
robust
But we
provisions.
could do that for the other ordinance.
You could.
That's, yeah, and there's where the.
There's
sunset
2 different thresholds there that we can
Okay,
address.
so are we in agreement, I'll ask for public comment, that we're on the right track as far as the enforcement process? I'm talking to the board, please.
Understanding that the enforcement presupposes that we have an ordinance to enforce, okay, then I think that my personal view is I hate ordinances that aren't enforceable, okay? It puts our staff in a very difficult position. So if we're going to have an ordinance, my strong personal preference is that it is enforceable. We can debate the numbers I believe, and that's kind of where you were going. But I do think that because of the nature of the violation and because of the very real nature of our staffing and our code compliance system being complaint-driven, that if any ordinance is going to be enforceable in this kind of an environment, we need to have some structure like this. Now, again, I would say that we can nibble on the margins on the numbers, okay? But again, assuming that we're going to have an ordinance, since we haven't determined that yet, then I think that this is a much improvement in terms of the framework, not the numbers, on what we have right now. Because quite frankly, our code compliance people are powerless right now.
Okay. All right, now I'll ask for public comment.
Thank you once again, board members. I guess my first question is, how many people hours do you think represent this work? How many hours do you think you guys spent putting this together? Can I do that? Sorry. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, let's stay.
So, I mean, my point is simply that it's after talking to the sheriff too. I mean, it's not addressing the problem that you guys have. It's not like if I understand this correctly, you're going to go down there to Don Pedro and you're going to go to these guys who are, growing however, doing whatever they're doing and saying, here's a red tag, pay a fine. And they're all of a sudden going to uproot their plants and move. I mean, it just doesn't seem like a very effective way of dealing with the problem. And I'll admit it's a problem. I mean, hey, so to me, it seems like to get ahead of it, you need a permitting process. It's not, like I said before, it's not going to go away. Spend the county resources, which are so thin, as I understand it, to come up with something that is ahead of the game, where you tell these people, there's a permitting process. Instead of enforcing something that has no teeth and trying to and talk about the numbers and all these things, that when we know it's complaint-driven and it's really not, I mean, I think you'll agree, it's not going to solve the problem that initiated this entire discussion.
Well, that's why we have forming the task force to get to that.
So I would just like to recommend that the board, instead of putting their energies towards this kind of prohibition, put it towards a more, a way of getting ahead of the game. And by that I mean, look at the people who are doing it and saying, okay, this is the threshold that we're willing to accept. Of how many plants, I don't even know, or whatever, however you want to define it, and say this is the permit process. It's going to cost this much money to get it. It's just like building an addition to your house, whatever it is. I'm just saying it's a much more rational approach that will, I'd love to sit on that board, by the way, and I'm done. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hello once again. I got a couple problems with this. You guys are talking about 200, 300 plants. We can't have that. 4. That's kind of a big difference. Okay? 4. Now, nobody can grow 4 plants that are going to last them all year long. A few of these guys in here might be able to, but that's not reasonable. Okay. It's farming. Like any other farming. There's good years, there's bad years. There's pests, there's mold, there's your dog rolled over it. There's fire. There's fire.
Okay, so what's a good number?
Well, first, and the other problem with that number thing, sir, is AB 266 gets away from numbers. It goes to canopy space. The other problem with numbers is, are you going to legislate how much blood medication or my blood pressure medication? Are you going to tell me?
Yeah, is 100 plants enough?
99 plants should be
to
what
get you
it is.
I understand.
80 plants. I only grow a third of that. Why? Because I don't want Jim to come count my plants and say I got too many. Or Sheriff Mealy, I should say. Because, I want to abide by the law, but the law needs to be reasonable. And you cannot grow enough pot in 4 plants to last you a year. I know it's a headache, sir. I'm not trying to cause panic.
Okay, but you see, we're trying to get somewhere with it. Okay.
I would, and here's the thing, is your doctor tells you how much. I tell my doctor how much I go through They do a calculation and come up with a plant number. I did half of that plant number because I don't want a problem with the SO's office. I don't want a problem. I don't want to pay another lawyer. I don't want to go through this again. I showed Mr. Haviland here my state card because I showed it to the state. They saw what my doctor said and approved it. So now you're going to come back and backdoor me through zoning ordinance and going to try to charge me $1,000 a day because I have 5 plants. Now, I'm with you with the 300 plan. I'm with you with the 200 plan. Okay? I think 99, you're kind of pushing it. But, you know, we need to have a number that is actually reasonable for a whole year. You cannot grow enough peaches on one peach tree to last you for a whole year. So we need a number that's reasonable. I would say that number is 50.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
I just want to make sure that we all are clear about the difference between Jim and Bev's office, or Mr. Oliver's office, whoever's office it is. This is zoning. This isn't law enforcement.
Mr. Oliver, I'm Jim.
Because I like you and I don't know him. Anyway, what I want you to understand is that every single patient in this county will be breaking zoning laws if you pass this.
They are already.
Right. So let's fix that. Let's not continue to have a zoning law that is going to make Bev be the bad girl.
That's why we're forming a task force to try to get something.
But we could do that
together.
now with this 4 plants. Let's say that you can have 4 plants, and Jim Mealy and the zoning people don't have anything to say about it, that you can absolutely grow 4 plants on your property.
Thank you for the comments, and
All right,
we're
thank
trying to get there.
Hopefully this isn't repetitive, but SB 420 points out, and that's the reason why they came up with SB 420 after 215, was to give a limited number or to set down a number and a spacing. That's where we came up with the 10 by 10. Or 6 mature and 6 immature is the county basic law here, has always been. How we dropped down to 4 from 6 is amazing, and how we went from 6 immature and 6 mature plants down to 4 says somewhere we're being hongswoggled here, and I don't know how that happened, but I'm being okey-doked.
Okay. 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 Next, please.
Hi, my name is Max Potter, and I'm a local builder. And as far as the zoning issue goes, this, if my understanding is correct, the county gave over jurisdiction of manufactured homes to the state. So are you going to adopt in this ordinance a way for Mr. Oliver here to go into manufactured homes and be able to enforce this if people are growing indoors in their manufactured homes? You know, I have to pull a permit for the state for a manufactured home. I also have to pull a permit from the county for any stick-built thing on the property. So how does this ordinance address that issue?
Building versus zoning.
It's a zoning issue.
It's just building versus
It's
zoning.
planning versus building.
Okay.
Planning is the land use property right versus building, which is the health and safety code relative to the structure and the practices that apply to the trade.
See?
Got something right, huh?
Did a good job. Okay, next, please.
Someone touched on this earlier, but I just wanted to say again that if this, as I understood earlier by what you guys said, is kind of in response to what's happening in Don Pedro, I think that allowing the zero tolerance and then setting the standard at 4 plants seems a little ridiculous. It does seem like it should be a lot higher if we're talking about someone with a commercial scale style grow. And I kept hearing people say we don't want you to turn us into criminals. Not only do we not want to be criminals, we don't want to be non-compliant with zoning laws. Like everyone here would like to be 100% compliant if that was possible. The future of the regulations, and if you do read the state ballot initiative that's being pushed right now, is they are looking at canopy space instead of numbers. And basically what I've heard is that it's 100 square feet per patient, with 5 patients as a collective allowed on one property. So that would be 500 square feet of canopy space, and that's not growing space. That's the actual green canopy of the plants that's growing, and that's the future of regulation right there is canopy space and not numbers of plants. Yeah, if this behind us said that that the number was above or below the doctor's recommendation, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But since the only person that's allowed to decide for any medical patient how much medicine they need is a doctor, coming up with an arbitrary number or an arbitrary canopy space seems a little ridiculous. It should really be based on the doctor's recommendation. I'd also like to bring up that in Calaveras County, they rezoned the building that Little Trees Dispensary was in. It was not initially zoned for that use. The Board of Supervisors sat down and decided that their community needed that service so much that they rezoned that building for Little Trees. And I would put it to you guys that we should make that same kind of effort here. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, just a couple quick things. I'm Lauren Hurley. I am a local business owner and a parent and a lot of things. But what I'm hearing here mostly is I think this is a great opportunity for everyone to get together and talk about this. I don't really think any decisions could be or should be made on numbers and, this temporary ordinance or ban or anything. I think this is the opportunity for everyone to get together and discuss the important things before making a bad decision or just a decision. I think we all are intelligent people. We can get together and discuss this. Before we make a bad choice, we need to talk about it and make the right choices.
Okay, thank you.
One thing I wanted to bring up with limits this low, which basically everybody would be breaking, and putting them into the higher enforcement category, what is to stop, say, a neighbor with a grudge turning in their neighbors that have a 6-plant garden, which would then legally require code compliance to go out and start an investigation, assuming they don't have anything better to do. That might overload code compliance with if you put something like this on the books and end up costing a whole bunch of money that just doesn't need to be spent.
Thank you. I think Mr. Oliver did explain how we address those code issues. We have a lot of them out there. Sometimes it's stand in line to get those resolved. Yes, sir.
I just want to say that 4 is definitely not going to get me through the year. I eat my marijuana. I don't smoke it like a lot of people do, and it takes quite a bit more whenever you eat it, okay? And this isn't it. My recommendation is for more. And I hear Mr. Bryce saying that, we're not going to enforce it. And even Mr. Melee said that he's not, this is a code thing. But the fact of the matter is that if you pass this thing tonight, then you put me in violation on paper of the law, okay? And that's a fact. And because whenever I come into court, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the ban of cultivation of marijuana.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Luke, and I'm a marijuana patient. And I hear a lot of people talking about the kid thing that you brought up and stuff, and I agree that you shouldn't be smoking marijuana as well as alcohol and other things. If we had our own dispensary and stuff like that, the tax revenue versus letting other dispensaries come into our county and heard someone else talk about that tax money back to that county, doesn't make sense, especially when we can use that tax money to set up more things for kids against alcohol and drugs and things like that. That tax money can go to that to prevent those kind of things too. That can be something written in, because I think our county does need our own dispensary and delivery services and stuff. That's just my point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, we'll close the public comment, bring it back to the board on this, and then we're also going to go back to C. So.
I don't know what the correct number is. I'm hearing a lot of different opinions here. I would like to hear a doctor's opinion, if that's possible, on what a reasonable number is.
Could I just say one thing?
Public comments closed.
But there's lots of different kinds of marijuana, and there's different
Yeah, well, we understand that. We closed the public comment. We don't know everything about marijuana, but we've spent a lot of time, believe me.
And in my mind, we're really looking at two different things again. We're looking at the medical marijuana piece, those patients that need
Your
it.
mic.
I'm sorry. The medical marijuana piece where those patients that need it, and the activity that is illegal and a nuisance to neighbors. And so I guess I don't know, does somebody have an opinion on what that number is?
It should differ depending on the zoning of the property. R1 should be different than a 40-acre parcel.
No.
No.
No, if it's for
No,
personal use, it should be based on the needs of the individual.
I'm not basing it on the needs of the patient. I'm basing it on the impacts to the surrounding neighbors and the potential for the property. They definitely can't have more than what their doctors allow.
You have to look at both sides.
Both are factors, correct. And the reason is, I would, a 10 by 10 area, I've heard that mentioned by a couple of the people, that doesn't bother me at all. I think that's reasonable. But I don't think that's reasonable if you're in an R1 zoning backing up to Somerville Elementary School, and it's 5 feet off the property line, and the kids are out there looking over the fence smelling it. Those are the different small examples where it needs to be considered. A couple plants there, if it's hidden on the other side of the house, maybe somebody doesn't notice it, and that's I mean, I'm not saying that's the way we should deal with the ordinance, but those kinds of situations are where all these gray areas come into effect, and that's why this is really hard, and we need the working group, and it's going to take some time. But I could sit down probably and figure out a proposal in a couple hours talking to some people, but it's really hard to just take a shot in the dark right now that would apply to every zoning. I just don't think that's the way to do it. I think it needs to be addressed with more attention.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I agree with what both Supervisor Gray and Supervisor Royce said. I don't know that you can put a single number of plants on it. I think it is contextual. And I know staff doesn't like that. They like nice little hard numbers that they can consistently enforce that don't get them their judgment questioned. But if I was going to put a hard number on it, 4 seems to me, from everything that I've ever heard about actual medical use, to be hugely insufficient in a lot of cases. So having said that, I'd really like to know where the number 4 came from. And I'm not insulting staff. I'm sure that you've got a good reason for that number, but especially if it's indoor, it's probably not going to be sufficient. But I still go back to what I said earlier. If we're going to have an ordinance, I want it to have some enforceability to it. Otherwise, why? And I just want to remind everybody in the audience, because we keep losing sight of this, that so far what we've talked about is no change to the current situation, okay? Currently, it is illegal to grow, and it is illegal to have dispensaries anywhere in Tuolumne County. And the second thing that I would like to remind everybody in the audience is what we're really talking about here is a total system approach to this that gets us to something different, or potentially gets us to something different than the status quo. We are simply trying to clarify and put teeth in the current situation while we do that study, and that's what the first item that we talked about, putting together that working group, is all about. So let's just focus on that and appreciate what we're trying to do here a little bit. And remember that this is just I don't want to call it interim, because every time you pass an ordinance, it's an ordinance unless we do a sunset, and I'm open to that, by the way, but an ordinance, you don't pass a temporary ordinance. You pass an ordinance, and then you change it later with another ordinance. So I don't want to use the term temporary, but this is an ordinance to fix a perception problem that we feel we have while we deal with the broader issue, and that's what we're trying to do here with community involvement in a hopefully intelligent, informed manner. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanwell.
First of all, I want to thank all of you who showed up today. I don't know whether you made me any smarter or whether you confused me more, because this is this very complex thing. I'm now a little thinking about outdoor versus indoor grows and what the implications of that are, and maybe we ought to be banning it near schools, so we just eliminate that, at least the outdoor side of things near schools, and then square feet versus number of plants, and I don't even know how many harvests you get a year out of these things, and it certainly isn't winter, I'm sure. But anyway, by the way, in some other places they tell me they do this on a more regular basis, and they may be talking indoor grows. But at any rate, I don't think the problem is simplified for me today. And so I'm not sure where I'm willing to come down on immediate action. But I think, like Supervisor Rotifer said, the situation today is technically a code violation. It's complaint driven, and that takes a long time. And in effect, it isn't working, and it isn't doing anything. It just means that all of you who are growing are violators, whether you like it or not. We're not making you violators; you are violators, and that we just can't enforce it reasonably. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm confused about doing something today. I'm a little worried about doing the wrong thing, even if it's temporary, and just exacerbating a problem.
And this is where we were almost a year ago.
My predecessor said it was longer ago than that.
Probably.
Can I take a shot at it?
But let me.
Go ahead.
We've heard a lot from you, Supervisor Royce, today, and it's been good. Okay. We have a status quo. We have an ordinance that, as Supervisor Rotifer mentioned, it's in place. That's what it is. That's what the law is right now. We made progress on trying to come up with a working group. That's a positive thing, to come up with something that is workable based on what the state may or may not do. I mean, that's our problem. That's where we were, again, a year ago. So there's been some good things, I think, brought up. Supervisor Royce brought up the fact of how many plants is enough. I would agree that, the doctor is the one that's going to be the one that's probably going to give you that number. But then, again, as Supervisor Royce said, if you live right next to some of our elementary and you've got 90 plants growing in your backyard, you've created a real problem for the neighborhood. So that can't happen. So we have to look at it from the standpoint, I believe, as he stated, so many plants on an R1, so many plants on a R5, R20, whatever. But again, I do not want to see commercial marijuana grows in the county, because those are the ones that have caused our problems. So I need to have some sense of reality here from everybody that that's not a good thing. I mean, that is a bad thing. So I've said enough there. I'm going to let Mr. Supervisor Royce go ahead, and he wants to add something to that.
Sure. Well, one of the questions in my mind is this: AB, whatever it was, the recent legislation that addressed these things that would go into effect in short order. If we choose not to pursue this, I haven't had a chance to look at that in detail to where it sticks in my mind. Can you summarize it briefly for me?
Well, there's 3 bills, and the biggest issue...
Direct to the zoning and the land use component, or...
Right, 3 bills, and they address different pieces of the legislation. So they address state licensing, they address local jurisdiction, and, testing for pesticides. That's really essentially what we discussed at the last board meeting, is what those 3 bills do. You've got 2 deadlines. You've got the bills go into effect January 1st. March 1st is the cultivation deadline. And then the state regulations are not expected until January 1st of 2018.
So that's going to be what? Okay. You want me to just take a shot at it?
Well, just...
Here's what I think. I think for anything that's residential estate, which is acreage, I think that outdoor should be allowed at least 10 by 10. I think that all zonings should have a parameter that limits the distance from schools to 1,000 feet or whatever it was that was...
How about a mile?
What's the state regulation say? We can.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for it right now because I know we discussed it in our presentation last week. $600 feet from a school.
600. I would just say 1,000 feet. And that's for outdoor. Indoor, I would say for all zonings, I would allow a 10 by 10 area. Indoor. For anything smaller than the RE parcels, for outdoor, I would come up with a number. Those are the areas that are like a quarter of an acre where your neighbor can look over your fence. I think you could have a couple plants, I'm not saying 2, but a few without being a problem. Say 5. And additionally, I think setbacks should be considered. Setbacks. I think that they should have to comply to whatever the building or fire setbacks are. So I know for residential estates, 30 feet from a property line. For fire, yeah. And just generally speaking, so it's not creating problems with your neighbor. It's starting to grow over their fence and their kids are over there pulling on it. The other thing that I think needs to be considered, if you're doing indoor grows, I've seen where people have hot tap panels, installed power. That needs to be unacceptable. That'll burn down houses.
Point of order.
But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to lead into.
Point of order. We're trying to write a zoning ordinance here on the dais. That's not the agenda item. The consideration is
for the violation.
Yeah. Right now, we're talking about enforcement of an ordinance that we may adopt, but we're not discussing how to write an ordinance. My impression was that was going to be part of the committee's job to do.
group's job would be to do that. The thing that we're trying to do right now is, I asked earlier if the enforcement portion of this was acceptable.
Except for the numbers, and it needs to be more than just a quantity of plant.
Okay, so what Supervisor Royce was trying to address was the cultivation portion of it. How many plants can you cultivate? Now, we might have got it stretched a little bit further, but I think we're in agreement, or I believe we were in agreement that when we do get to an ordinance, that we need to have it just broken down by the various zoning districts. Okay, so so what we have to do here is decide. Forget about the cultivation part. Is the enforcement ordinance all right with the exception of the cultivation portion of it?
Can I address it? I think I can help you close it up. I would say what needs to be considered there is the fine and the threshold of health and safety. Taking the notice and order approach from there and beyond is appropriate. What we need to do is the threshold below that needs to be defined and parlayed back to the ordinance and the zoning portion of it, and then address that part. The quantity, the square footage, the distance to schools, all those different parameters need to define whether it's violating health and safety.
So you want to address that in the working group, or you want to give us direction to bring something different back than what's before you today?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that?
So we've got two remaining issues. We want to know if the board is interested in referring the ordinance on the express ban to the Planning Commission, and then the other is the enforcement piece. And that the enforcement piece is either using the proposed ordinance or leaving status quo with the chapter 1.10 of our ordinance code and our normal code compliance process.
Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, I'm not, I want an enforcement piece, either way, okay? Because we need to be able to enforce whatever we've got on the books, whether it's what we have on the books today or whether we clarify what's on the books today with a new ordinance. So I want to enforce it. But I'm not happy with 4 more plants. I like what Supervisor Royce, the direction that he's going in terms of being contextual, okay, and not necessarily a hard and fast number. And I would like staff to come back with maybe another stab at that. And if we can't get to that, then I would refer it to the committee and maybe have the committee start earlier on that piece of it until we find out what the state's doing on some other things.
And I would just say, as you all well know, and we certainly know, this is complicated, and that's part of the reason that we brought you the ordinance that we did, and part of your direction from last time is because it is very complicated. So I believe that if we're going to make any type of progress on something that your board actually wants to adopt, we need to really take a lot of time to process it with the working group. So that's my recommendation, is that if you're not interested in this ordinance, it needs to go to the working group, because there's so many different things we need and your board needs to consider to make it workable.
I agree with County Council.
That's where we started. Okay.
You're creating work for yourself, by the way. I agree with you.
But we've got caught up into whether that's going to take too long. We have to. Everybody has to understand what we have in place right now. We're not going to rescind it. It's in place. It's not going to be rescinded at this meeting. So everybody has to understand what is there now is what's written in code. Just
or not written in code.
Or not written in code. So what I would like to do is ask for a motion for the direction that we just discussed. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to really refer everything that we've discussed today, I think, to the committee, the working group, with the initial task to be to deal with, between now and June, to deal with the aspects that we've been trying to deal with here, okay? And await June to migrate to the next step, I guess is the best way to say it.
So does that mean your board is not going to refer the express ban ordinance to the planning commission?
I think that's
That was the intent of my motion.
Does that work for?
I have a question. The state legislation, I thought, put a timeline on us to where if we don't adopt something, it would,
March 1st.
it will take away our ability to adopt anything. Is that true?
I think that that's sort of up in the air. The language says that if there's not something in place by March 1st, the state's licensing authority becomes the sole licensing authority for the cultivation aspect of it. But there is sentiment by people who worked on the legislation that local jurisdictions would still retain control to regulate cultivation after that deadline. Of course, we all know things keep changing. It would be better to get something in place before that deadline.
So you got
So you have a deadline, Mr. Royce.
Well, what I was going to say is, you're right about getting an ordinance right, but the good thing is we have the power to change this, so if we need to address it and change it, it's kind of a new ordinance. I don't think we have to get it 100% perfect the first time. We can address it, and we fix ordinances all the time. We get typos in them. We get new policies that we want to correct. I think we could put together an ordinance within a month or two without the working group to start with, just to get something in place based on what I was talking about.
Yeah, I think it.
And then come back with
Well,
the working
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, we're proceeding without a second here. I'd like to second the motion so that we can discuss it.
Okay, so we have a first and second. No, I'm going to give you an opportunity here. We have a problem in that we have an ordinance on place, and it's a total ban. Is that correct?
Well, under the principles of permissive zoning,
Okay.
it is banned.
All right, so what do you want us to see happen?
Well, first I'd like to understand the motion because I'm not clear about the motion.
Okay?
Are you clear about the motion?
Do you want to read?
My motion was to take the work that staff has already done and present it here.
And that means for an express ban to the working group or for regulation to the working group?
Take the work that staff has done and present it here. Give that to the working group, and that is the point of departure for them to come back by March 1st. Well, let's...
That's short.
By early February.
How about if I leave the date open so that...
Okay, leave the date open. But to come back to the board for a recommendation on whether we need to change and how we would change or clarify the status quo.
I'm okay with that as a second. I would like to suggest that the working group make sure that they do things in a timely fashion to make sure we do not preclude something happening that we don't want to happen by the state.
Discussion.
I am not opposed to that. I actually support what you're trying to do, but I think that there's some parameters in our timeline that aren't going to work.
I agree.
And it's going to leave us short on time. By the time we haven't put the working group together, first of all. We need to solicit applicants. We need to award the positions to people. We need to put together an agenda for the working group, bring it, through the process, make the recommendations, bring it back to the board, adopt the ordinance through the first reading, the second reading, send it to planning commissions, and then have a grace period where it goes into effect. We're not going to meet our March deadline. That's why I was saying put an ordinance together in the short term to meet that deadline, and then in a parallel track, create the working group and start correcting it to deal with more specific situations.
I thought that that's what we were trying to do today, and that's where the friction has gotten, is we were trying to clarify the current situation I'm trying to be reactive here a little bit, okay? Our choice is, in my view, one of three, okay? One is to act now, as staff has come to us and recommended. Two is to do nothing, okay? In which case the status quo continues, fuzzy as it is. And the third would be to direct staff to go back and do some more work and come back and let's try it again.
So I have a substitute motion.
Yeah.
And that would be for staff to go back and rework with this with the two supervisors that will be leading the committee, and in the interim, begin the process of advertising the committee and getting the committee in place, because I do agree with Supervisor Rotifer that we are going to have time constraints that will make it very difficult to achieve your motion.
Okay, then I will amend my motion.
Well, we have a substitute motion.
Oh, you have a substitute. I'll second it.
Well, that's on the floor first. We'll deal with the substitute motion. Any more discussion on the substitute motion?
Can you clarify?
Does that work?
That works. So we would be working with Supervisors Royce and Brennan to bring back something to the board. I think the earliest we could probably bring something back is your first January meeting, just realistically, given conferences and everything else, holidays.
We only have
Maybe
one
at
more
the-
board meeting.
Maybe, right, and maybe even your second January meeting, just to be realistic.
Is that realistic enough for you guys?
Has to be. It's
Okay. So we had the substitute motion.
I seconded it.
And you had a second. I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Okay. We have some applications up here for the task force, so all of you that get up speaking and want to be helpful, we got applications to be filled out. Don't be bashful.
I want to thank everybody that came to talk to us today. It was very helpful.
Mr. Pedro?
On the closed sessions, Mr. Chair, I was going to recommend that we do A, B, and D, not do C and E.
Okay.
We can do those rapidly.
That's A,
B, and D.
A, B, and D.
I think the conditional piece needs to be picked up with the.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
not.
report out, okay.
Okay.
Keep it simple now.
Keep it very simple.
Very simple,
and-
just a basic-
and stop
I can-
with, we cannot get that definition.
If you'd like, I could read those so we could.
Yes, as soon as everybody comes in, we have to get on to another subject, so,
We're still in session. We're still in session.
I'm sorry, folks, we have to, please, we're in session, we have other items we need to address.
We're still in session.
Okay, A, B, and D.
Yes. Closed session, just three items.
Here we go. This is closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, authority, Government Code Section 549569D1, Janet Reeves versus County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV 59763. Conference with real property negotiators, price and terms authority, Government Code Section 549568. Negotiators Craig Pedro, Daniel Richardson, and Gary Wilson, related to several parcels located at the Jamestown Mine, APN 85-227 through 30, 58-231 through 35, 58-562-1 through 3, 59-080-24. And you said D. And the last one is Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority, Government Code Section 54957B1, County Administrator.
Okay, and we do expect a report on one item, and we're going to go ahead and recess to closed session, and we will be back.